Chapter 11:14. After being scared by the tide of zombies all night, they watched the tide of zombies receding with a confused face. The survivors of Skyfire Base felt that they had aged a few years. After being dumbfounded for a while, he immediately remembered the grudges and hatred between humans in the past. Thus, the Army and the Corpse Hunter Corps formed by the Corpse Hunter Corps immediately fought again. Dongfang Yang secretly instigated the Corpse Hunters, saying that the underground experimental base had always been controlled by the Army. Their anger and hatred for the death of so many people made the Corpse Hunters want to kill all the Army. The Army kept complaining about the injustice. They had more weapons and firepower than the Corpse Hunters, so they were not afraid of the attack of the Corpse Hunters. Cui Tingguang and several other corps commanders wanted to appease them, but there was nothing they could do. The soldiers and the Corpse Hunters also started fighting, so the situation became more and more chaotic. Shui Mingjun also knew about the experimental base, but he had some relationship with Dongfang Yang. So he didn't disclose the information, but just watched the development of the situation. Then he thought about whether to forgive Yan Huiguang or not. If he agreed to go to the base, wouldn't it mean that he forgave the bastard? And he also had to figure out why he said he betrayed him and why he plotted against him. However, if the man was really killed by that woman, he couldn't just stand by and watch him die. Although he always said he would kill Yan Huiguang himself, when it came to the real thing, he found that he still couldn't do it. Thinking that if the female leader saved him, they would have to live in the same base in the future, he felt uncomfortable. Just when Shui Mingjun was hesitating, Lin Qiao entered the space and looked at Yan Huiguang, who was thrown on the sofa in the living room of the small building. Then she rolled up the sleeve on his arm and bit him. After 3 seconds, she frowned and loosened her mouth. Then she stood up and turned to the side. Ba. Duan Wan, who was next to her, was already waiting for her with a glass of water. Duan Wan had already prepared it and handed it over. Gulyalu Lin Qiao rinsed her mouth, went outside and spat out the water in her mouth. Then she said, "I don't know how long this bastard hasn't taken a bath. His skin is so salty." Duan Wan couldn't help but cover her mouth. Pfft. Lin Qiao gargled a few more times before handing the cup back to her. Then, he walked into the house and observed Yan Huiguang's condition. Although her virus could restrain ordinary zombie viruses, the one Yan Huiguang drank was a mutated virus that he developed himself. Therefore, she was not completely sure that her virus would be effective against Yan Huiguang's current situation. If he died and turned into a zombie, she didn't care. Anyway, he drank it himself. Squinting her eyes, she watched as the two energies in Yan Huiguang's body began to devour the mutated virus he drank after the balance was broken by her virus energy. Lin Qiao's eyes flickered. It seemed like her virus was useful. He's awake. How are you going to convince him? Duan Wan stood beside her and asked curiously. Don't look down on him. He has a weakness in his heart. Lin Qiao walked to the sofa and sat down. Duan Wan sat on the other side of her. Duan Wan was even more curious after hearing Lin Qiao's words. She asked, "Does a person like him have a weakness? I thought he had discarded everything that could be a weakness." Lin Qiao smiled faintly and said, "The Shui Ming army is his weakness." "Oh?" Duan Wan asked, "It seems like you've learned a lot from him." Lin Qiao looked at Yan Huiguang on the carpet and shook her head. "Not much. He deliberately hid some things. He didn't remember it himself, so I can't know." Lin Qiao suddenly looked at Duan Wan and asked, "Did you notice that the atmosphere between Lin Kuei and Qiu Lily is a little different?" Hearing her suddenly changing the topic and asking about Lin Kuei and Qiu Lily, Duan Wan looked at her blankly. "What's different?" "If you want to say it's different, I've seen them together a lot recently." The corners of Lin Xiao's mouth curled up, and he narrowed his eyes with a mischievous smile. That girl seems to like this big cat a lot, even though I didn't specifically try to sense their thoughts. Although I didn't deliberately sense their thoughts, I could guess some of it just by looking at their eyes. Didn't you notice? Duan shrugged. What can I notice? I haven't seen them that many times. Looks like that girl will be taken in by someone in the future. Lin Xiao smiled and sighed. Duan looked at her strangely. Why do you look like your daughter is getting married? Lin Xiao glanced at her speechlessly. What daughter? It's a sister. What kind of lousy metaphor is that? At this time, in the Universal Base, Chiu Lily, Lu Jun, Qing Wangxue, and the others were waiting outside a remote room in the medical center. Apart from the three of them, there was also Long Qingying, Kong Qingming, and the others. After waiting for a while, the door of the room was opened. Lin Hao walked out with a solemn expression. How is it? Is Wenwen's condition serious? Seeing that he didn't look right, everyone's hearts were in their throats again. Lin Hao shook his head. It's hard to say what will happen to her in this situation. I thought that after her space ability energy was exhausted, her second ability would be able to smoothly advance. I didn't expect it to become like this. The others looked at each other. Qing Wangxue was Lin Wenwen's sister-in-law and was very worried that something would happen to her. Even you can't do anything. Are you going to let her stay unconscious like this? Long Qingying looked at Lin Hao anxiously. Lin Hao said to her, you have to rely on yourself when it comes to ability advancement. What can I do? If her second ability doesn't smoothly advance, she won't wake up. How did it become like this? How did she awaken such a dangerous ability? Sigh. Qing Wangxue sighed helplessly. Her ability is indeed very special. She can only rely on herself now. Lu Jun advised Qing Wangxue from the side. Lin Hao frowned and looked inside the door, then turned around and walked towards his office. You guys go back first. I'll stay here to take care of her. Qing Wangxue said to the others. Let me do it. Sister Shui, you still have to go back to take care of Xiao Lu. It's more convenient for me to be alone. Long Qingying stood by the door and said to Qing Wangxue. Chiu Lily looked left and right, then pouted and said, sigh, if Qiao comes back and sees Sister Wenwen in this situation, she'll probably be anxious again. I wonder if the leader can do anything when she comes back. Maybe she'll know what's going on. Lu Jun said to her. Chapter 11-15. After Lin Feng, Yuan Tianqing, and Chen Yuding walked out of the conference room, he asked Chen Xiaoai, who was waiting outside the conference room, is there any news from Wenwen? Chen Xiaoai shook her head. No. Yuan Tianqing and Chen Yuding heard this and asked him, what's wrong? Did something happen to Wenwen? Lin Feng walked in the direction of his office and said, she suddenly fell into a coma last night. I heard from Lin Hao that her second ability is advancing. But I've never heard of anyone falling into a coma when their ability was advancing. People usually have that kind of reaction when their ability is awakened. Advancing. Coma. Yuan Tianqing was slightly stunned. He suddenly grabbed him and looked at him worriedly. Aren't you going to check on her? Why is this happening? Lin Feng looked at him with some surprise. Then he looked at him and said with a smile, why are you suddenly so concerned about her? Is it because you gave up on Lin Xiao that you noticed other girls now? Yuan Tianqing glared at him and said, what nonsense are you talking about? Wenwen is half a sister to me after all. Shouldn't I be concerned about her? Lin Feng nodded. Yes, it's my duty. Brother Yuan, can you please let go of me? I have to go in and deal with some matters. Yuan Tianqing was speechless at his strange words. He immediately let go of him and said, "Go, go, go." Lin Feng took a few steps towards the office and then stopped as if he thought of something. Then he turned back and said to Yuan Tianqing, "Oh, right, I'll go check on Wen after work. Since you're so concerned about her, why don't you come with me?" Yuan Tianqing looked at him and asked doubtfully, "What's going on with her?" He really hadn't heard of any paranormal who would have this kind of situation when advancing. Lin Feng said, "I don't know either. It seems that Lin Hao hasn't figured out what's going on either." As he said that, he went into his office, leaving Yuan Tianqing outside. He thought about it and also went to his office. On the other side, Chiu Lily ran to the roof of the dormitory building at the second base and sat down, sighing at the sky. On one hand, he was thinking about Lin Chao's mission, and on the other hand, he was thinking about what Lin Kuei would be sent to do with Lin Chao. Big Cat had only been away with the leader for 2 days, and she was already thinking about him uneasily. He knew that with the strength of the Big Cat, it shouldn't encounter any difficulties. He just didn't know when it and the leader would return. He hadn't had soft cat fur to stroke for the past 2 days, so his hands felt itchy. Should she go and catch 2 mutated cats to play with? After thinking for a while, she immediately gave up. Who knew how dirty those mutated cats were? They spent all day in the wild, and there might even be parasites on their bodies. Just thinking about it gave her goosebumps. After Yan Huiguang woke up, his eyes were blank for more than 10 seconds before he came back to his senses. He got up from the sofa and looked around. Then, he looked at his fingernails and touched his face. Strange, didn't he drink the mutation potion? Why didn't there seem to be any changes? And this is... Yan Huiguang's gloomy gaze passed through his messy hair and carefully looked around. This is a living room. Why is he lying in a living room? He turned around and walked towards the door in confusion. Suddenly, he felt the breath of more than 10 zombies coming from outside. The breath of these zombies wasn't very strong, around level 4 or 5. Moreover, there were many strange breaths, like the breath of mutated beasts. Walking out of the door, in front of him was a piece of farmland and vegetable field. All kinds of agricultural plants were growing vigorously. In the distance, there was a very large lake, and across the lake, there was a boundless grassland. There seemed to be animals on the grassland, or rather, mutated beasts. What is this place? How did he come here? Turning his head to look at the sky, there was a layer of white fog, as if a layer of light was blocked by a white cloth. Looking at the side, there was a forest, and the trees looked very strange. Mutated trees. And there were more than 10 strange beasts in the forest. You're awake. If you're awake, let's talk. A woman's voice suddenly came from behind him. Yan Huiguang suddenly turned around and stared at Lin Qiao with a gloomy gaze. When did this woman get behind him? He didn't feel anything at all. Your gaze really makes people uncomfortable. Lin Qiao looked at him, her eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Then she turned and walked towards the small building. Please come in, let's sit down and talk. Yan Huiguang still stared at her back, motionlessly watching her walk into the living room of the small building he just came out from. Don't you want to know what happened to you? Seeing that he didn't move, Lin Qiao's voice came from the house again. Yan Huiguang looked down at his hand, his eyes flashing a sharp light. Then he raised his head and walked in. Lin Qiao looked at him walking in with a low pressure, and found that his height wasn't low, at least 1.8 meters. In his mind, he suddenly thought of the scene of him standing together with Shui Mingjun. Well, this height difference is a bit cute. After Yan Huiguang walked in, he sat on the single sofa. Expressionlessly looking at Lin Qiao, what do you want? This woman could actually bring him to this place, and he clearly remembered that he had drunk the potion that would turn him into a zombie. But now he didn't turn into a zombie, it must be this woman's doing. Everything he didn't know limited his thoughts. Right now he could only passively look at the other's every move to make a judgment. Lin Chao calmly smiled, "Aren't you going to ask what I did to you? I think there shouldn't be any problems with your memory." Yan Huiguang coldly stared at her and said, "So what if I ask? Is there any meaning to it?" Lin Chao looked at him with surprise and smiled, "Then since you don't care, why did you come in and sit here?" Yan Huiguang coldly snorted, "I'm not stupid enough to not realize that this is an independent space. If I don't make it clear, will you let me out?" Lin Chao nodded, "Not bad, you are quite self-aware. You just asked me what I want, so I'll just say it. Why did you think Shui Mingjun betrayed you? In fact, you already realized that you blamed him wrongly, so when he retaliated against you, you tolerated him and didn't kill him. You still care about the relationship between you two, don't you? Then why didn't you just make it clear to him?" The more Lin Chao spoke, the more puzzled she became, and looked at him strangely. This man has a spiritual ability, so he can very well restrict his thoughts to not be discovered by others. Even if Lin Chao was now at level 8, she could only sense some of his ordinary thoughts. Things that were blocked by him, she still couldn't sense them. Chapter 11:16. Regarding Lin Chao's meddling, Yan Huiguang just looked at her coldly. He didn't answer her, but some thoughts flashed through his mind. Lin Chao smiled and looked at him, carefully sensing the fluctuations of his thoughts. Then, after a while, she roughly understood what was going on. "It's fine even if you don't want to say it. But you know my secret, and this secret can't be revealed. So, you do as you see fit." Lin Chao smiled faintly at him, not minding his cold and silent attitude. "Anyway, even if you don't want to say it, I already know," Lin Chao silently said in his heart. He felt that Yan Huiguang was still a very simple person. In the past, he would easily listen to other people's words, but he had things in his heart that he wouldn't say. Then a few years ago, which was 2 years after the apocalypse, he accidentally heard someone say that Shui Mingjun had taken a fancy to a woman that he was with at that time. He knew that the woman was with him, but he still hooked up with that woman. At that time, Yan Huiguang was jealous, but he was still rational. He secretly observed the contact between Shui Mingjun and that woman. Later, he found out that the two were very close, and their behavior was very intimate. Therefore, Yan Huiguang gradually felt that Shui Mingjun had betrayed him. Then, as time passed, Yan Huiguang started to dislike and hate Shui Mingjun more and more. Moreover, he once wanted to ask about the relationship between Shui Mingjun and that woman, but in the end, before he had the time to ask, another thing happened. It was actually because of a woman. And then it became like this. Yan Huiguang liked to let his imagination run wild, but he wouldn't say anything, and his face would also show that he didn't have any thoughts. Therefore, when he later determined that Shui Mingjun had betrayed him for a woman, he already had disloyalty towards Shui Mingjun. It was only after that incident that he completely fell out with the Shui Ming army. At that time, Yan Huiguang was so angry that he lost his rationality and fired a shot at Shui Mingjun. After firing the shot, he was also stunned. He wanted to see if the other party was killed by him, but then he thought of the other party's betrayal and other negative emotions. At that time, he directly turned around and left. It was actually because of a woman. Lin Chao curled his lips, and immediately lost interest in his heart. Lin Chao's intuition told him that the woman must have done it on purpose. Since she was already in a relationship with Yan Huiguang, why did she still want to get close to the Shui Ming army? Previously, Shui Mingjun couldn't figure out how he had wronged Yan Huiguang, but he just didn't think about women. It was obvious that he didn't know anything. Yan Huiguang's gaze, hidden under his hair, was like a snake hiding in the grass. He looked at Lin Qiao and said, "Either kill me, or don't talk nonsense." Lin Qiao clicked his tongue unhappily. "Fine, do you want to die? Let me ask you." The corner of Yan Huiguang's mouth curled up as he sneered, "I'm afraid of death. I already have the zombie virus in my body. Even if I die, I will become a zombie. What's wrong with becoming a zombie? Don't you see that you've obtained more power than others?" Lin Qiao rolled his eyes and suddenly said to him darkly, "Then do you want the lives of the Ming Shui army? What if I say you're dead and he dies too? What does it have to do with him?" Hearing Lin Qiao mention the Ming Shui army and use his life to threaten him, the aura around Yan Huiguang's body was about to turn into snow, and his voice was about to condense into ice shards. Lin Qiao sneered at him and said, "Of course it has something to do with him. Who asked him to be such a good friend of yours? And he has a lot of information about my new base in his hands. Keeping him alive won't do me any good. So, if you want me to not make a move on him, then you have to listen to me. You women are all so despicable and shameless." Yan Huiguang was silent for a few seconds after hearing her words, his eyes flashing with killing intent. It was as if he was about to suddenly make a move on Lin Qiao at any time. After a while, he looked at her and said while gnashing his teeth, "TSK, don't be sexist, okay? Don't tell me that you men have never threatened others before. You only look at the results when dealing with things. Who cares about the methods and process? Originally, if I directly killed you and the Ming Shui army, the result would be the same. But who told me to lack talents now?" Lin Qiao shrugged and didn't care much about what he said. After saying that, she looked at Yan Huiguang with great interest and said, "Why didn't you ask the Ming Shui army why he secretly took away that batch of weapons and directly attacked him? With your personality, it's no wonder you only have the Ming Shui army as a friend. You don't know how to explain everything." Lin Qiao asked a question and couldn't help but start to ridicule him. Yan Huiguang looked at her coldly. "You want me to do things for you? How did you know about that matter?" Lin Qiao nodded. "That's right, I want you to join my base. There aren't enough doctors in my base. Aren't you a doctor with good medical skills? As for the matter you mentioned, of course, I have my own channels to know what happened. Why should I listen to you? Do you think I would care about the life and death of the Ming Shui army? He has always wanted to deal with me. If he dies, I will have one less trouble." At this time, Yan Huiguang said to her coldly. Lin Qiao looked at him with disdain. "TSK, you don't mean what you say. Now that you know the truth, why won't you face him and explain it to him?" Yan Huiguang didn't want to discuss the matter with her. "It's none of your business." With that, he stood up and walked towards the door, leaving behind a sentence, "Do whatever you want." Lin Qiao's eyes darted around, and a strange smile appeared on her face. "Then why don't you two talk it out face to face?" As she spoke, she stood up and disappeared from the small building. Yan Huiguang, who had just reached the door, stopped in his tracks. He looked back at where she had disappeared, but didn't make a sound. Lin Qiao disappeared from the space and reappeared on the rooftop of a building. They were on the northwest side of Skyfire Base, heading in the direction of Green Mountain. They were less than 100 kilometers from Skyfire Base. As soon as she appeared, the zombies that had been sitting leisurely on the rooftop rose to their feet. "Leader, all the level 4 and above mutant plants, mutant beasts, and zombies have all been killed by us. Here are the spoils of war." The group of zombies surrounded Lin Qiao and handed over piles of zombie cores, energy cores of mutant plants, beast cores of mutant animals and so on to Lin Qiao. Lin Chao nodded and took out a bag for them to put the crystal cores inside. Then, he glanced around. She looked around, her head aching. Where's Ajo? What, didn't you guys keep an eye on him? The zombies looked at each other. He was here a moment ago. Where did he go? Yeah, I saw him wandering there just 2 or 3 seconds ago. Oh well, 6, why didn't you keep an eye on him? Isn't he your zombie? Old 6 was suddenly called out, and immediately stared at them discontentedly and said, What, my zombie? The leader told us to keep an eye on him together, not just me. I didn't know you were going to do your own thing. Lin Chao was speechless. Chapter 11-17. Not far from Skyfire, Shui Mingjuan's aura drifted in. Lin Chao had been waiting for him. It looks like you've made up your mind to settle the score with Yan Huiguang. Lin Chao looked at Shui Mingjun. Shui Mingjun looked around. Aside from the woman in front of him, there were a dozen others. There were more than 10 people, but their auras did not seem to be human. I thought you'd go back to Universal after messing with Skyfire. I didn't expect you to come here. Are you interested in that 9th level adept? Shui Mingjun asked, his face expressionless. Lin Chao smiled, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. He calmly said, That's a level 9 energy core. Who wouldn't be interested in it? If it weren't for the fact that the first 9th level adept had a psychological problem, or that Lan Lu and the others didn't have much ambition, Xikong Qin wouldn't have been the leader of first base in China. Otherwise, the leader of the first base in China wouldn't be Xikong Qin, or rather, the first base wouldn't be China's base. If he went berserk, no one would be able to stop him. If he were to go berserk now, no one would be able to stop him. If they got their hands on the core, they'd have a better chance of breaking through to 9th level. So Lin Chao's purpose in coming here wasn't just to get rid of Yan Huiguang, who knew her identity. She also couldn't let him have a chance to attack the 9th level adept. So the purpose of Lin Chao's trip was not only to take revenge and get rid of Yan Huiguang, the person who knew his identity, but also to prevent him from having the chance to attack the rank 9 Arcanist. If Xikong Qin got his hands on the core, she didn't know what he'd do. If Xikong Qin were to obtain this rank 9 metahuman's energy core, who knows what this fellow would do? His ambition was obvious, and he didn't try to hide it. So the first thing was to deal with Li Xingye, and the second was to deal with Yan Huiguang. The third thing Lin Chao wanted to do was to check on the rank 9 Arcanist. She wanted to observe the movements of the Chinese base, perhaps she'd be able to glean some information. Shui Mingjun heard her reply and nodded. He looked left and right, then asked, Did you wake Yan Huiguang up? Lin Chao stared at him for a while before replying, Are you ready to see him? If it wasn't for the fact that she felt that the relationship between the two of them was really just that of brothers and good friends, she would have thought that the two of them were a pair of lovers who tortured their hearts and bodies. However, Yan Huiguang's feelings for Shui Mingjun were a little special. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Shui Mingjun off so many times. Furthermore, she was clearly worried about his safety, yet she refused to admit anything. Shui Mingjuan's eyes darkened under his bangs. He sneered at Lin Chao. Isn't this what you want? Lin Chao clicked his tongue and looked at him with dissatisfaction. TSK, your attitude makes me seem like a busybody. Looks like I should just kill him cleanly. If it wasn't for the fact that these two people were really useful to her, and Lin Chao herself felt that it would be a pity to kill them, she might have really killed Yan Huiguang. Or do you feel aggrieved because I forced you? Then go and settle the score with Yan Huiguang, because he knows something he shouldn't know. It's fine if he knows it himself. If he doesn't reveal it, I won't do anything to him. However, he has already revealed it, so I can't let him go so easily. Lin Chao said faintly, then turned around and disappeared in front of him. After a while, he saw her appear with Yan Huiguang. Shui Mingjuan's eyes widened. This woman was actually a space type. Previously, he heard that she was a poison mist type. Later, she became a poison fire type, and now she's a space type. How many types of abilities does she have? Could it be 3 types? He hadn't seen any 3 types of ability users appearing yet. When Yan Huiguang came out and saw Shui Mingjun, his expression turned gloomy. However, his face had always been gloomy, so no changes could be seen. On the other hand, when Shui Mingjun saw Yan Huiguang, he was shocked by Lin Qiao's space-type ability. At the same time, he seemed to be overreacting when he suddenly saw Yan Huiguang. Yo, you actually didn't die. It seems that the zombie drug you've been researching for a year didn't have much effect. As soon as he saw Yan Huiguang, Shui Mingjun subconsciously condensed his ability in his palm. With a vigilant look, he also activated his taunt skill. Are you disappointed that I didn't die? After Yan Huiguang came out, he saw Shui Mingjun and sized him up from head to toe. Then he replied disdainfully to Shui Mingjun's taunt. Lin Qiao stood to the side and looked at the 2 people who started arguing as soon as they met. Shui Mingjun even subconsciously looked like he was ready to attack at any time. She immediately looked at the 2 people and said, "Very good. If you have any questions, quickly ask. After you're done, follow me to find Qingshan base." Yan Huiguang and Shui Mingjun both turned their heads to look at her at the same time. They coldly said to her, "We have no questions to ask." Although they said that, the meaning of the 2 people was telling Lin Qiao that they could directly follow her and she could take them wherever she wanted. Lin Qiao was speechless as she looked at the 2 awkward men. Even if the 2 of them found out about the secret of her space, she wasn't worried that they would reveal it. She could clearly see through Shui Mingjuan's thoughts. If he had the thought of revealing it to others, she would immediately feel it. As for Yan Huiguang, it was a bit hard to say. Because she could only feel Yan Huiguang's thoughts on the surface. She couldn't feel the depths of his heart. But it didn't matter. In any case, her most troublesome secret was already known by him. It didn't matter if he knew one more, so she just needed to control him in the base. In any case, he also had a weakness. Lin Qiao looked left and right at Yan Huiguang and right at Shui Mingjun. She suddenly said to the 2 people's appearances with curiosity, "You 2 look very similar, but your personalities are clearly different." Regarding her boring topic, the 2 men chose to silently look at her at the same time. "Okay, since you 2 don't want to ask, then I'll ask. Then, let me ask. Consider it as satisfying my curiosity." Lin Qiao suddenly smiled after saying that. Knowing what she wanted to mention, Yan Huiguang and Shui Mingjun were somewhat mentally prepared. However, their hearts couldn't help but sink, and the aura of their bodies also changed. The 2 of them subconsciously looked at each other at the same time, and then their gazes turned cold and then looked away at the same time. Lin Qiao looked at the sparks in the eyes of the 2 people, raised her eyebrows, and said, "How about this? I don't want to know too much about your affairs. I just want to know, Shui Mingjun, what is the relationship between you and that woman called Xueqing?" Shui Mingjun was suddenly asked this name that hadn't appeared in his world for a long time. He was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He said blankly, "What relationship? We're just friends. And she's already. Why are you asking about her?" Lin Qiao glanced at Yan Huiguang's expression out of the corner of her eyes and then continued to say, "Before you separated, your relationship seemed to be very good. It didn't feel like you were ordinary friends." Of course, the person she was referring to was Yan Huiguang. Chapter 11-18. With regards to Lin Qiao's question, although Shui Mingjun didn't understand her intentions, he still unconsciously looked at Yan Huiguang and replied, "She used to be Yan Huiguang's woman, what relationship could she have with me?" Yan Huiguang looked coldly at Shui Mingjun and didn't say anything. However, his expression seemed to be saying, "You're lying," to Shui Mingjun. Originally, he thought that the female zombie would continue to ask, who knew that the next sentence she said was, "Is that so? Since there's no relationship, then forget it." Yan Huiguang. Why didn't she follow the script? However, at this time, Lin Qiao looked at Shui Mingjun and said, "Why did you take away Yan Huiguang's weapons back then? You should know how important those weapons were to Yan Huiguang at that time." She had already sensed this from Yan Huiguang's thoughts. Originally, Yan Huiguang had been estranged from Shui Mingjun because he was too close to that woman called Yu Qing. At that time, Yan Huiguang had used the mutated plants he had researched to make a batch of drugs to trade with the Chinese base for a batch of powerful weapons. With this batch of weapons, Yan Huiguang's own research team would be able to quickly expand and gain a foothold in this post-apocalyptic world. Who would have thought that a few days before the trade, the weapons would suddenly go missing? Yan Huiguang and the Chinese finally found clues about the person who took the weapons, only to find out that it was his best brother, Shui Mingjun, who did it. When he opened fire, he was actually with the Huaxia people. At that time, the Huaxia people wanted to kill the Waterming army. In order to prevent the Huaxia people from killing them, he opened fire in a moment of desperation. Thus, the two of them started to shed all pretense of cordiality. Shui Mingjun couldn't believe that he had been shot in the back, and felt extremely puzzled and angry. Thus, he used a year to recover his strength and began to seek revenge on Yan Huiguang. Shui Mingjun looked at her and asked, "You know quite a lot. No one told you about this, right? Who told you about it?" Those who knew about this had already been cleared out by him. Other than him and Yan Huiguang, no one else could have told her. He knew that this woman had a special perception, and could sense the thoughts of others. Thus, when he said whose brain, he was referring to the thoughts in her heart. Lin Qiao shrugged at him but glanced at Yan Huiguang. Then she said to him with a knowing expression, "So you haven't told me the answer yet." Before Lin Qiao glanced at Yan Huiguang, Shui Mingjun had already guessed the answer after he had said that. But he did not look at Yan Huiguang. Thinking back to the weapons incident, it didn't seem to have anything to do with the woman named Yu Qing. Why would this woman ask him? Shui Mingjun thought for a moment and said, "That batch of weapons are all substandard, failed weapons." However, this secret was only known to the secret personnel in Huaxia at that time. Some people didn't know and happily thought that they were going to get the good stuff. After saying that, his expression suddenly darkened. He looked at Yan Huiguang and said, "So you already knew that I did it." So he pretended not to notice. "In the end, you shot me in the back." However, when Yan Huiguang said that the weapons were defective, his expression changed. Her eyes widened slightly as she looked at him in disbelief. "You said there's something wrong with those weapons? How did you know? And why didn't you tell me directly? Why did you have to secretly take those weapons away?" he asked Shui Mingjun with some agitation. Shui Mingjun sneered at him. Would you listen if I told you? When did you ever listen to me? And you were often with people from Huaxia. They were watching you openly and secretly, and you didn't know that. If I went to you directly, wouldn't that be telling them that you already knew those weapons were broken? What do you think they would do?" Yan Huiguang looked at him with a stiff expression, speechless for a moment. That's right, it was because of that woman. He had already distanced himself from Shui Mingjun. The two of them were getting farther and farther apart, and their contact was getting less and less. Even when Shui Mingjun said something, he didn't feel disgusted and shut the door, ignoring him. So in the end, It was because your relationship with that woman was inexplicably too intimate, and he took it to heart. In the end, the relationship between the two of you became more and more stiff, and you didn't even believe each other's words. Then you acted first and reported later. You wanted to solve the problem of the weapons first, and then tell this long hair. But you didn't expect that before you could say anything, this man actually wanted to shoot you to death. Lin Qiao looked at Shui Mingjun and rubbed her chin, thinking about the matter between the two of them. When Shui Mingjun heard what she said, he immediately stared at Yan Huiguang, gritted his teeth and asked, "Really? So it's like what she said. You actually suspect me because of that bitch? Will you die if you come and prove it to me face to face?" Yan Huiguang asked him, "What bitch? I didn't expect you to say that about her. I did think about asking you face to face, but I didn't find a chance. Then you secretly destroyed all my weapons. That woman seduced other men everywhere besides seducing you. At that time, I advised her to stay away from you, but I didn't expect you to think that we were together. Is there anything normal in your brain other than research?" Shui Mingjun glared at him fiercely, raised his hand and pointed at him, scolding, "So I was kind and good for you, but in the end, I was shot in the back by you? You said you told her to stay away from me. Then why didn't you directly say it to me? Besides, I dared to shoot to save you. If it wasn't me who shot, but someone from China, do you think you could still be alive and talking to me now?" Yan Huiguang also didn't have a good expression, gloomily and coldly said to him. The ice shards in his voice could poke a group of zombies who came to join in the fun. "Didn't I tell you? Think about it yourself, I told you to stay away from that woman at that time. But what did you say? You said I was jealous of you, that I was a single dog and couldn't bear to see you in a couple, right? What, did you forget?" Shui Mingjun also sneered at him, but the anger in his tone was about to burn him up. Lin Qiao silently watched as the two of them quarreled. When the two of them were about to roll up their sleeves and start fighting, Lin Qiao stood up and watched. Then he suddenly said, "So, now that the misunderstanding between you two has been solved, please put aside your personal grievances and troubles, let's talk about cooperation." Yan Huiguang and Shui Mingjun both turned to look at her at the same time. What cooperation? Chapter 11:19. Don't talk about cooperation. Do you want to hear me tell you to choose between life and death? Lin Qiao looked at the two of them with a dark gaze. Yan Huiguang and Shui Mingjun shut their mouths. After a few seconds of silence, Shui Mingjun said, "Your condition is for me and him to work for you in your base. What makes you think we'll agree?" Lin Qiao cocked her head to the side. "I didn't say I needed you to agree. I'm letting you choose. Come with me to Universal Base, it'll be better than your shameful life in Skyfire Base. As for you, you don't need to hide outside to find a place to do experiments. I can also do it for you in my base. Why don't you agree?" She paused, then continued. "Oh, it's fine if you don't agree. I've said it before. Killing you won't affect me much. Or do you have something against me that you don't want to follow me?" She had both the strength and the territory she wanted. Whatever the other base leaders could do, she could do it too. Whatever the other base leaders couldn't do, she could do it too. What was there to be unhappy about? There wasn't a deep grudge between them. Did they really have to fight to the death? "You're willing to let me experiment? You know what I'm doing, don't you?" Yan Huiguang looked at her in surprise. "I know, but I want you to change the direction of your research. Don't think about turning living people into zombies. Think about whether you can turn zombies into living people. Isn't that something new?" Lin Qiao crossed his arms in front of his chest and said. Yan Huiguang was silent. Shui Mingjun looked at Lin Qiao, then at Yan Huiguang. Since I'm already here, I can't do anything about it. I'm already here, and I'm sure you understand what I mean. Yan Huiguang looked at him in silence. Lin Qiao heard Shui Mingjuan's words and clapped her hands. Good. Since you're willing to join us, I'm sure you'll have a bright future in Base 1. If you've decided, then come with me. Lin Qiao waved her hand, and a few off-road military vehicles appeared. Then he waved at the surrounding zombies who had been watching for a while, and then he went into the first car. The other zombies immediately got into their respective cars. Shui Mingjun looked up at Yan Huiguang, then snorted lightly, found a car in the middle, and got in. Yan Huiguang expressionlessly watched Lin Qiao's car drive away and Shui Mingjuan's car drive away. When the last car stopped in front of him, the driver inside looked at him. I say, do you want to come up? Or do you want to rely on your own 11 route to follow? Yan Huiguang's eyes flashed, and he immediately walked towards the car door. Lin Qiao led the caravan towards the Green Mountain base. Along the way, he would let them go first while he slipped away to collect some corpse cores or energy cores. She wouldn't let go of any zombies that reeked of blood from level 4 to level 6. However, he had yet to encounter a level 2 king, but he had encountered 2 level 7 mutant beasts. Looking at the big hairy cow in front of him that looked like a small hill, Lin Qiao wondered how many tons this guy weighed. Its long black hair hung down from its body, almost touching the ground. Its body was a full 20 to 30 meters long, and its height was more than 10 meters. A pair of huge horns grew out of its head. Rows of sharp teeth were exposed in its mouth, and the corners of its mouth were covered with dried blood. Since the apocalypse, carnivores still ate meat, but herbivores also began to eat meat. Those that originally grew in the ground without moving could now run, and even plants had evolved into carnivores. Looking at the level 7 mutant yak in front of him, Lin Qiao thought about the level 7 mutant horse that she had just killed 3 hours ago. That horse was actually very beautiful after it mutated. Apart from the pair of fleshy wings that looked particularly ugly, everything else was very good-looking. Moreover, it was a level 7 mutant beast that had gone berserk. Looking at the horse, it was like a mad cow, crashing into everything it saw. Crashing into everything it saw, crashing into everything it saw. When Lin Qiao discovered it, it also happened to discover Lin Qiao's caravan. It immediately rushed over, baring its fangs and using its head to ram into their car. Moreover, its speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had appeared in front of them from a distance of 200 to 300 meters. In the end, Lin Qiao felt that its pair of fleshy wings were too unsightly, so she made a move to get rid of this crazy horse. Of course, a level 7 crazy horse was not easy to deal with. When it rushed over, apart from its speed, it also carried a violent wind attribute energy. It directly smashed one of Lin Qiao's cars into pieces. If it wasn't for the zombies in the car who reacted quickly and jumped out of the car, it was likely that they would have been smashed into pieces as well. Even Lin Qiao was unable to stop it. Hoo-hoo-hoo, the huge yak in front of them was still chewing, and a thick dark brown liquid flowed out, dripping down the long hair on its chin. Wow, from afar, I thought it was a small mountain. If it wasn't for the teeth moving and chewing, I wouldn't be able to tell that it was a cow. Yan Xiao stood beside Jing Yan, looking at the yak that stood up after being startled by Lin Qiao. Originally, the yak was lying down from afar. But when it was still a few hundred meters away, it sensed Lin Qiao's breath and immediately stood up. When it moved, the whole ground trembled slightly. The yak's face and eyes were all covered by the hair on its head. Other than the 2 huge horns on the top of its head and the exposed teeth, everything else was under its fur. Hoo-hoo-hoo, after the yak stood up, it did not make any movements. It just quietly chewed the food in its mouth, and the breath coming out of its nostrils caused the grass in front of it to sway slightly. Do you dare to go up and fight it? Jing Yan asked her. Yan Xiao shook her head and rolled her eyes. Are you kidding me? This is a level 7 mutated beast, not a level 5 one. Even if I go up, I wouldn't be able to stand up to its front hoof. That's true, such a big one. I'm guessing that he has thick skin and high defense. Jing Yan nodded and returned to the table expressionlessly. Lin Qiao said to Lin Dao, it's measuring our strength. I can feel its attention sweeping over everyone on our side. Its eyes are blocked, how can it see? Lin Kuei speechlessly looked at the hairy yak. Maybe it doesn't even see with its eyes. Lin Qiao glanced at him and said, then suddenly raised her hand and threw a black fireball at the yak. She threw a black fireball towards the yak. The bloody smell of the yak was mixed with the rotting smell and the violent aura, making it look like a huge moving demon. A strong dark evil thought came to them. Chapter 11:20. Although the black fireball that Lin Qiao threw was very small, the giant bull seemed to have sensed it very clearly. It tilted its head slightly towards the fireball. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a black aura at the fireball. Hoof, the black mist emitted a rotting smell, and it even carried a kind of sour smell. Z, the giant bull's black aura pounced on Lin Qiao's black flames and immediately made a sizzling sound like hot iron touching cold water. Boom! However, in the next second, Lin Qiao waved his hand, and the small fireball suddenly expanded and instantly turned into a huge burning fireball. Then, the black aura was completely burned away. Seeing that its attack had been completely incinerated, it moved its two thick forelimbs slightly and stomped on the ground a few times in a slightly uneasy manner. Then, it let out a deafening roar in Lin Qiao's direction. Roar! Lin Qiao and the others only felt that the roar shook the ground, and even their ears were slightly numb. Roar, roar, roar! At this moment, the huge furry bull began to lower its head. Its chin shrunk inwards, and it raised two huge horns to the sky. It pressed the tips of the horns down towards Lin Qiao's direction. As it roared, it raised its horns and began to dig a hole on the ground with one of its front hooves. It was completely unafraid of Lin Qiao's black flames that were pouncing towards it. Because its hooves were very big, it quickly dug a hole that was more than a meter wide on the ground. Seeing that it was about to attack and was not afraid of the energy in his flames, Lin Qiao raised his eyebrows. He opened his palm and once again released a huge black flame that quickly fused with the previous flames. Then, under Lin Qiao's control, the huge black flame immediately changed shape. Soon, a giant bull with black flames appeared in front of everyone. The horns formed by the black flames faced the giant bull that was still digging a hole. When the giant bull saw the black bull that Lin Qiao had molded, its front limbs suddenly stopped moving. Then, it raised its head in confusion and looked at the black flame bull that looked similar to itself. Then, the giant bull suddenly stopped its attack mode and let out a strange roar. Ao ao! After that, it immediately swung its long furry tail and moved its hind legs to the side. His entire body began to sway to the side, and strangely enough, his buttocks moved first, followed by his forelimbs and head. Lin Qiao's movements paused. He suddenly felt that it didn't look like it was going to attack. Ao ao! Lin Qiao. Lin Kuei. The others were also confused. What was this cow trying to do? Just when they were feeling confused, they saw the huge bull slowly and strangely rubbing against Lin Qiao's flaming bull. Strange noises were coming out of his mouth. Why do I feel that this cow seems to be? At this moment, Yan Xiao, who was watching from the side, seemed to have thought of something, and her expression suddenly became a little strange. What's wrong? Jing Yan looked at her in confusion and asked. At this time, everyone saw the giant bull sniff the buttocks behind Lin Qiao's flaming bull. Oh, I knew it. Why is it so strange? It turns out that this bowl is in heat. Yan Xiao saw the bowl's action and immediately came to a realization. Everyone, Lin Qiao was dumbfounded for a while, then revealed a speechless expression. She waved her hand and immediately changed the appearance of the black flaming bowl. Then, it turned from a black flaming bowl to a black flaming lion. The giant bull, who was happily circling behind the flaming bowl, suddenly saw that the black flaming bowl had disappeared and turned into a lion. It was stunned for a moment, then suddenly raised its head and let out a loud roar. There was obvious anger in its roar. Then, it turned around abruptly and rushed towards Lin Qiao with its head pressed down. The loud sound of its running shook the ground, and its body knocked down the trees along the way. Boom boom boom, the giant bull rushed over with a wild and violent aura, and a pair of red eyeballs could be faintly seen in its fur. Looks like it's very angry that the person it was interested in is gone. Yan Xiao, who was at the side, looked at the giant bull angrily rushing towards Lin Qiao, as if it was going to trample her into pieces. Lin Qiao controlled the equally large black flaming lion to pounce on the giant bull, and the two giant beasts collided. Boom! After the collision, Lin Qiao's black flaming lion immediately turned into a ball of flames that quickly wrapped around the giant bull's head, then spread towards its body. Roar roar roar! While Lin Qiao and the others were fighting the giant bull, Lin Hao, Lin Feng, and the others in the universal base were panicking. This was because Lin Wenwen, who was originally unconscious, suddenly disappeared. There really isn't anyone else's scent. The entire room only has Sister Wenwen's scent, no one else came in. Qiu Lily sniffed around the room where Lin Wenwen was originally lying, and said to the others at the door with a serious and puzzled expression. How is that possible? Could it be that she disappeared by herself? Then did you smell any traces of her scent when she left here? Lin Hao frowned, and asked Qiu Lily with a hint of anxiety in his eyes. He had clearly just left here 10 minutes ago. When he left, Lin Wenwen was still lying there, but in less than a few minutes, Shen Yuzhen rushed over and called him over to take a look, saying that something had happened there. When he heard that, he was stunned for a moment, and reflexively ran over there. When he arrived, he only saw Qiu Lily walking around the room, and Lin Wenwen, who was lying on the bed, was nowhere to be seen. Looking at the blanket on her bed, it didn't seem to have been taken off, and it was neatly laid out on the bed. It was as if she had suddenly disappeared. Qiu Lily walked around the room again and again, carefully checking every corner, but in the end, she couldn't smell anything. Could it be that she used something to hide her scent? Qiu Lily also frowned, and asked with pursed lips. The moment when Lin Wenwen disappeared, they all thought that it was man-made. Because with Lin Wenwen's current condition, she definitely didn't run out by herself. Moreover, even if she woke up on her own, it was impossible for her to leave quietly. Therefore, it was reasonable for them to suspect that someone must have sneaked in and taken away the unconscious Lin Wenwen. However, the other party was so skilled that they didn't leave any clues in the room, not even a scent. It was obvious that they were prepared. Chapter 11:21. Soon, Qian Xiaoai ran into Lin Fang's office. Bad news, Deputy Leader. Miss Wenwen is missing. Qian Xiaoai said to Lin Feng anxiously as soon as he came in. Lin Feng, who was reviewing documents at his desk, paused and immediately raised his head to look at him. What? Obviously, he thought he didn't hear it clearly, or he looked at Qian Xiaoai in disbelief. How could a person disappear? Qian Xiaoai had to say it again. Dr. Lin just sent someone to inform us that Miss Wenwen suddenly disappeared from her ward 10 minutes ago, and now we don't know where she is. Lin Feng suddenly stood up from his chair. Disappeared. Still don't know where she is. Did she wake up? Qian Xiaoai looked at him and shook his head. We don't know the reason yet. But if she woke up on her own, she wouldn't leave without saying a word, right? Also, we didn't see her leave in the entire hospital. Then what's going on? Since she hasn't woken up, why did she disappear? Lin Feng frowned. Qian Xiaoai looked at him silently. He couldn't answer this question. He had to go to the hospital to understand the situation. Lin Feng closed the document in his hand and immediately picked up his coat. To the hospital. At this time, Yuan Tianqing had just received the news. It was Lin Yu who sent the message. Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng also looked at Lin Yu in confusion. What did you say? What do you mean Wenwen disappeared? Isn't she lying unconscious in the hospital? Why did she disappear? Lin Yu stood in front of his desk and looked at him. This was sent by Lin Hao. He only said that Wenwen disappeared. He didn't say anything else, so the situation is unclear now. Yuan Tianqing frowned and thought about it. Does Lin Feng know about it? Lin Yu nodded. Little A has received the news. Yuan Tianqing immediately put down his work, stood up, grabbed his coat, and hurried out. Let's go take a look. He and Lin Feng arrived at the hospital one after another and went to Lin Wenwen's room. As soon as he saw them at the door, Yuan Tianqing asked, What happened? I heard that Wenwen suddenly disappeared. Everyone turned around to look at him, and then focused their gazes on Qiu Lily and Lin Hao. Lin Hao shook his head. I just came to observe her before she disappeared, but a few minutes after I left, the nurse I sent to take care of Wenwen ran over and said that she was missing. When I sent for Lily, she looked around the room. However, he didn't sense anyone else's aura in the room. We are all very strange. Qiu Lily continued, but if Sister Wenwen woke up by herself, why did she leave quietly? Also, I took a sniff, and her scent has always been in this room. There are no signs of it wandering out. After saying that, her little face scrunched up. She was obviously in a bad mood. As a zombie with a super sensitive nose to smell, if Wenwen was taken away by someone, but the other party erased the smell and smell together. To her, this was a form of humiliation. Qiu Lily was very unhappy that such a thing had happened when Qiao Qiao was not around. If they couldn't find Lin Wenwen before Qiao Qiao came back, it would be terrible. Yuan Tianqing looked at the two of them, and then asked Lin Feng, then did someone come in and take Wenwen away? But you sent people to keep an eye on this place, right? Where are your people? Lin Feng turned his head and looked at Qian Xiaoai outside the door. Qian Xiaoai said, Report, they said they didn't find anything. What she meant was that they didn't see anyone suspicious come near here, so they didn't see anyone take Lin Wenwen away. Not to mention that Lin Wenwen left on her own, because they didn't see anything either. Everyone frowned, they didn't even see the hidden guards around them. Then did Lin Wenwen disappear into thin air? Just like how their leader did before. Could it be, she's really like the leader before? She suddenly activated the invisibility skill. But even if she's invisible, did she wake up? Qiu Lily thought about it and suddenly said. That's not right, like the leader. The premise is that she has a special skill like invisibility, so she would enter that state. But Wenwen doesn't have such a skill, so she wouldn't go into invisibility. And look at this bed, the blanket didn't seem to be lifted, or it was lifted and then put back. But even if she got up by herself, why can she tidy up the blanket, but the person didn't appear? This doesn't make sense. Lin Hao thought about it and pointed at the blanket on the bed. His words made everyone silent for a while. It made sense. Right, isn't Wenwen a space element? Could it be that she ran into her own space? Yuan Tianqing suddenly thought of Lin Qiao's ability. He was stunned and said. Everyone's eyes lit up, it was obviously very possible. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? But Wenwen's space doesn't seem to be able to store living things. Lin Hao slapped his forehead and said, but then his expression became uncertain. Didn't you say there's a prerequisite? So Wenwen's prerequisite is space element, so she put herself into her space. Yuan Tianqing looked at him and asked. Or should I say, the quality of her space has increased. In the past, it couldn't store living things, but now it has increased to the level of leader, and living people can also live in space, Lin Hao guessed. No matter what, send people to search the entire base first, especially to seal off all the exits. Even if it's very likely that she entered her space, we can't rule out the possibility that she was brought into another space by someone else. It's also possible that the other party erased the traces here before leaving. After saying that, Yuan Tianqing turned and ordered Li Zheng, who was standing outside the door. Li Zheng, immediately send people to seal off the base's exits, and pay attention to suspicious people. Lin Yu, inform Feng Mingyu, Lei Yao, and Fei Chonglin to quickly bring people to search the entire base. Yes. Yes. Lin Yu and Li Zheng responded at the same time, then quickly left to do their mission. Lin Feng looked at Qiu Lily and asked her, Lily, why don't you go back to the second base to take a look? We have to be prepared to make 2 guesses to be safe. Qiu Lily nodded, okay. I understand. After saying that, she flashed and disappeared with a light breeze. The Lin brothers and Yuan Tianqing were left in the room thinking, and then they all stared at Lin Wenwen's bed in a daze. At this time, Lin Wenwen had indeed woken up, but she was lost. Looking at the unfamiliar scene in front of her, she stood on the road with people coming and going, dumbfounded at everything in front of her. Chapter 11:22. Bustling streets, bustling crowds, normal plants, intact high-rise buildings, fresh air, and clear skies. Everything in front of her was a picture that Lin Wenwen, who had lived in the apocalypse for 7 years, felt unfamiliar yet familiar. The traffic on the road did not have the desolation and dilapidation that she was familiar with. Lin Wenwen stood at the side of the road in a daze, unable to react for a moment. Just when she was a little out of sorts, her shoulder was bumped by someone who passed by. Oh, sorry. That person immediately turned around and apologized to her with a smile. Lin Wenwen then came back to her senses and smiled at him, saying, "It's okay." After seeing that person leave, Lin Wenwen's mind became clear. Where was this? What was this situation? How did she get here? She subconsciously lowered her head to look at her clothes, and she froze for a moment when she saw them. Because she was not wearing clothes that she was familiar with, and what was with this pair of thick and short legs? After taking a closer look, Lin Wenwen's legs widened. Fuck. It was not an illusion, it really was a lot thicker. Not only were her legs thicker, even her body was thicker. And her legs had become shorter. Oh my god. Lin Wenwen looked at her legs and body that were thicker than before in shock, her face full of disbelief. She abruptly raised her hands and turned them over and over. Only then did she realize that these hands were also different from her own. Looking at the slightly chubby hands, Lin Wenwen's face was full of disbelief and confusion. She raised her hands to touch her face, and as expected, her face was fleshy. And wasn't the fringe in front of her forehead a little too long? No. Her fringe was slanted, why did it look flat now? She raised her hands to touch her head, and in the end, she felt a head of long hair. Although it was not very long, it was much longer than before. No, no. No. It wasn't like this. Everything was not right. The strong feeling of incongruity made Lin Wenwen a little confused. She looked left and right, and suddenly saw a street that looked like a commercial street on the other side. Many of the storefronts there were built with glass. She immediately ran over, but after running for a few dozen meters, she felt as if she was panting like a cow, and could not lift her legs. By the time she reached the other side, she was so tired that she had to support herself against the wall. This wasn't her body. Lin Wenwen had trained for a long time in Lin Qiao's new base. He could run for 2 hours without any problems. But now, she had only been running for less than 2 minutes, and she already felt like her soul was flying away. Leaning against the side of a shoe store, he stood in front of the glass display window. Looking at the person reflected in the mirror, Lin Wenwen was in complete despair. She covered her face and squatted down. No, what was reflected in the glass was not her face, not her figure, not even her height. The girl inside looked very young, about 16 or 17 years old. She had shoulder-length hair and bangs that almost covered her eyes. Her face was round, and her facial features were squinted by her flesh. No matter how you looked at it, it was not her original face. His height should be about 1.5 meters, and he was wearing a tight suit. With a body of 1.5 meters and at least 130 pounds, he actually dared to wear tight clothes. So, when he saw the layers of swim rings on his stomach caused by the clothes, Lin Wenwen directly covered his face and squatted down. Are you okay? At this moment, a confused voice suddenly came from the side. Lin Wenwen looked up and saw a young girl wearing a store uniform looking at her worriedly. She quickly stood up and waved at the girl with an embarrassed smile. "Oh, I'm fine. Thank you." Looking at the logo of the shop's name on the girl's uniform, Lin Wenwen knew that her actions here must have attracted the girl's attention. She thought that she might be feeling unwell. Although his heart was about to collapse, Lin Wenwen still looked calm on the surface and thanked the service staff of the store. The girl looked at her strangely. After confirming that she really seemed to be fine, she nodded and returned to the store. Lin Wenwen immediately retreated to the side. She searched her body left and right, and then took out a phone. She pressed a button, and the screen immediately showed the time and date. However, the screen of the phone was locked, and opening it required a password. Fortunately, this phone was considered an advanced model, and it already had a fingerprint unlock function. Lin Wenwen used her fingerprint to unlock the phone, and the interface of the phone immediately opened. Looking at the 4G network displayed in the upper left corner, Lin Wenwen couldn't help but have a feeling of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Internet, something that had already disappeared in the end of the world. Looking at the date, she was now in the time 3 months before the end of the world. She actually returned to 7 years ago. Moreover, she ran into someone else's body. She could finally understand her sister's feelings at that time. Fortunately, she didn't turn into a tattered zombie. How did she become like this? Why did she return to 7 years ago? Moreover, why did she change her appearance? This seemed to be someone else's body, right? Lin Wenwen remembered that she was in the abnormal state of advancing her second ability. Later, she used up all the space energy with great difficulty, and then began to absorb energy from the zombie cores. Then she found that the energy she absorbed was fused with another energy. Just like Lin Hao said, after her space ability was not maintained by energy, the energy of the second ability began to occupy her body. Then she found that she was getting more and more sleepy, and when she woke up, she found herself in a strange space with nothing around her. She couldn't move, and could only stand there quietly. It seemed like she stood there for a long time, but also not for long. In any case, she didn't feel tired. Moreover, she felt like she was floating. She didn't know how much time had passed when she woke up in a daze. That's how it became like this. Was this considered rebirth? Or time travel? If she returned to her own body from 7 years ago, it would be fine, but now she ran into someone else's body. What was this? Could she return to that time in the end of the world? Could it be that she would live in this body in the future? No, if you can help me do a few things, I will let you return to your original place. Just when Lin Wenwen was confused, suddenly a voice sounded in her mind. Who are you? Lin Wenwen was shocked, and a sharp light flashed in her narrowed eyes. But the voice didn't appear again. Lin Wenwen frowned and turned around, using her extraordinary observation skills trained in the end of the world to carefully observe the surrounding situation. She didn't find any suspicious figures. Then who was it that spoke just now? Moreover, the voice was directly transmitted into her mind, but her ears couldn't hear anything. Chapter 11:23. Just as Lin Wenwen was observing her surroundings, the phone in her hand suddenly vibrated. Lin Wenwen looked down and saw the word brother on the screen. Was it this body's brother? Should she answer it? What if she was confused and couldn't answer his question? Would it make him feel that something was wrong? Just as she was hesitating, the phone kept ringing. Just as Lin Wenwen gave up on picking up the call, it rang again after the first call ended. Lin Wenwen stared at the phone in silence. After some thought, she still picked up the call. If the other party didn't pick up the call, he would probably be very anxious. Hello. A clear male voice came from the other side. The other party asked in confusion, Xin, why did you only pick up the phone now? Xin. Or Xin. So this was the name of the owner of this body. Lin Wenwen rolled her eyes and found an excuse. Oh. Yeah, I was thinking about something and didn't notice. The other party immediately asked, oh, then where are you now? If I don't look at you, you'll disappear. Don't run around, don't you remember that you have no sense of direction? I won't be able to find you later. The tone of this body's brother seemed to be very concerned about the owner of this body, as if he was a parent who was worried about her as a child. I'm at a shoe shop opposite Paradise Coffee. Lin Wenwen glanced at his surroundings. There was a rather large coffee shop opposite him. She answered the other party's question. Stay there and don't move. How did you get there? You have no sense of direction. We're going there now. The other party immediately ordered her to stay there. He hung up immediately after speaking. It seemed that the other party wasn't alone. Lin Wenwen looked at the phone screen and thought. Looking at the strange face on the screen, she raised her hand and combed her bangs. Upon closer inspection, the face of this body wasn't that bad. Her facial features were quite good, but there was too much flesh on her face, which squeezed her facial features. Her eyes were quite wide even when she tried to open them. When Dong Lijia found his chubby sister, he saw her raising her phone and winking at her face. He didn't know what she was doing. I see it. It's over there. He said to the others around him and walked towards Lin Wenwen. Then he called out to her, Xin. This way. When Lin Wenwen heard the voice on the phone, he immediately looked up. Seeing a few handsome men and beautiful women walking over, he instantly felt as if he was blinded by their beauty. Damn it, it felt like the owner of this body was standing with these people. It was as if something strange had sneaked in. He watched speechlessly as the 2 men and 2 women walked over. One of them was about 1.8 meters tall, handsome, and thin. He was about 20 years old and waved at him. What are you daydreaming about? Let's go. What are you still standing there for? One of the 2 girls with a long ponytail smiled and shouted at Lin Wenwen. Lin Wenwen slowly walked over while silently observing the expressions and gazes of these people. Other than the one who had just called him Big Brother, the other boy had no expression on his face. However, his appearance was more than twice as handsome as the owner of this body's older brother. He was also 1.9 meters tall, and his body was strong and straight. One look and you could tell that he was a handsome guy at the school level. Looking at the two girls next to him, one of them had a ponytail and the other had straight hair that reached her waist. Both of them had light makeup on their faces. Their facial features were exquisite and their figures were not bad. They were also more than 1.65 meters tall and wore a pair of 10-centimeter high heels. Beautiful girls. A handsome guy with a beautiful girl was really eye-catching. Look at the reaction of the passers-by. She knew how beautiful this combination was. However, after looking at the two girls' eyes, Lin Wenwen sneered in her heart. Don't think that just because she was far away, she couldn't see the disdain in the two girls' eyes when they saw her like this. At least try to hide it. Why did you come here? Didn't I tell you to wait at the square? Here, your drink. The shorter brother walked to Lin Wenwen with a hot drink in his hand. He complained, but his actions were very honest, showing the attributes of a siscon. Yeah, it's so hot here. The sun is so bright. Aren't you hot, Xin Xin? The girl with straight hair covered her eyes with her white hands. She asked Lin Wenwen. Lin Wenwen looked at the girl without saying anything. She still didn't know what the original owner's personality was like. Would she smile? Would she be cheerful or gloomy? If she didn't act like herself, she could probably ignore the other three. But her brother would definitely notice it. So Lin Wenwen decided to deal with it by not changing. Without waiting for Lin Wenwen to answer, her brother answered for her first. It must be hot. Xin Xin is afraid of the heat. After saying that, he looked at Lin Wenwen strangely again. Yeah, aren't you afraid of the heat? Why did you come here? It was the beginning of July now, and it was indeed hot from noon to afternoon. Well, how could she explain this? It must be strange that the original owner was afraid of the heat and came so far away. Lin Wenwen looked at him calmly, but in her heart, she was thinking about what reason to make it more natural. She looked around. This was a commercial street, and in front of them was a commercial square. Since it was a commercial street, they must be here to shop. Oh, Before she could finish her sentence, her cheapskate brother answered first. Are you here to buy shoes? I remember you said you wanted to buy a pair of high heels last time. That's why I said you can't wear high heels when you are still growing. Why don't you listen to me? Lin Wenwen silently turned her head and looked at the shoe store next to her. It was indeed a shoe store. But this brother naturally helped her solve the problem, so of course, she would follow his steps. Because I am short. She murmured, then slightly lowered her head. She looked a little wronged. Okay, Li Jia. Xin Xin also likes to be beautiful. Is it wrong for girls to like to be beautiful? At this time, the girl with the ponytail said to Dong Lijia with a smile. Lin Wenwen looked at her gratefully, then smiled at her, then turned her head to look at Dong Lijia. But she slightly observed the girl with the ponytail from the corner of her eye. Sure enough, she saw the girl with the straight hair at an angle that the two boys couldn't see and secretly exchanged glances with the girl with the straight hair. Okay. Don't always instill some strange ideas into my sister's head. She is just 17 years old now, wearing high heels will affect her bone development. Hearing the girl speak up for his sister, Dong Lijia immediately glanced at the girl with the ponytail with dissatisfaction. After that, he immediately took his sister's hand, then turned around and walked toward the square. Chapter 11:24. Just when Lin Wenwen had somehow returned to another time and space, Lin Feng and the others in the base had turned the entire base over and over again, but they didn't find anyone suspicious. Wu Qingyue and Haiqing also received the news soon. You said that Wenwen disappeared into thin air. Could it be that she is like their leader, and her ability is out of order? Wu Qingyue sat on the sofa in the office with Tingting in his arms and looked up at Xiao Liqing in confusion. Tingting also looked up at Xiao Liqing, thought for a moment and said, Auntie is a space-type ability user, but her second ability is very special. Even I don't know what kind of ability it is, I only know that she can predict what is going to happen. If her ability is out of order, could it be the result of the two abilities working together? Xiao Liqing looked at the father and son and said, I heard that Wenwen has been abnormal these days because of the advancement of her ability. Wu Qingyue and Tingting looked at each other. If it wasn't for Lin Qiao, they definitely wouldn't think so. But from the moment Lin Qiao was reborn in another person's body, it showed that she was special. And her sister actually awakened this special ability. Could it be that it was passed down in the family? Do Lin Feng and the others have any clues? Wu Qingyue thought for a moment and asked. Xiao Liqing shook his head and said, they don't know what is going on. They are searching for the situation in the base, but there is no progress so far. That woman ran to Qingshan base again after finishing her business. I don't think she will come back so soon. Get ready, let's go to the base to understand the situation. Wu Qingyue thought about Lin Qiao's movements and estimated that she would not come back so soon. In any case, she was his current sister-in-law. He couldn't let anything happen to her and not care about it. Yes. Tingting sighed and said, we have only been back here for 2 days, and we have to go back again. After saying that, his little face scrunched up, but his young and tender facial features made his slightly mature expression look adorable. He couldn't create that kind of atmosphere at all. Papa, when can you bring Mama over to settle down? Oh. I guess in Mama's heart, you can't compare to her base, so why don't you go and marry her? It saves me the trouble of running around every day. Little Tingting suddenly looked at Wu Qingyue and said. Then, he looked at Wu Yueling and asked, Lingling, what do you think? Let's go live in the universal base from now on. Wu Yueling was sitting on the other side, concentrating on drawing on the drawing board when she heard Tingting calling her. She raised her head and looked at him. After thinking for a while, she nodded. Anyway, she was used to running around on both sides, so it didn't matter which side she was on. As long as she could be with her papa and Xiao Ting, it would be fine. Wu Qingyue looked at Xiao Ting speechlessly and said, It doesn't matter if I visit, but the premise is that your mother is willing. The kid was right. In the female zombie's heart, Lin Sun's heart was filled with hatred. His importance was probably behind Xiao Ting, the base, and his family before it was his turn. Tingting said confidently, Don't worry, she's definitely willing now. Besides, Papa, didn't you successfully invade her territory last time? This means that she has actually accepted you. Don't you understand yet? Wu Qingyue looked at him with a smile and said, Well, now I understand. At this moment, Li Weishan ran in again. Holding a secret report, he said to him, Leader, there's new news from Huaxia. Wu Qingyue looked at him with a flash in his eyes, raised his hand and said, Give it to me. When he raised his hand, Li Weishan took the initiative to hand over the envelope with the secret report. Wu Qingyue opened the envelope and flipped through the contents, then began to read it carefully. The more he read, the more Wu Qingyue pursed his lips and frowned slightly. The news said that Xikong Qin had already contacted some foreign base forces and was carrying out some transactions. It was possible that his transactions with foreign countries were about the experimental weapons he was currently making. If he used domestic goods and resources to trade some weapon technologies that were not available in China from abroad, then his biological and chemical weapons would definitely be greatly improved. It was very beneficial for Xikong Qin, but for Wu Qingyue and the other leaders of other bases, it was not so optimistic. It seemed that they had to use some special methods to find out what kind of transaction Sikong Chin had made. At present, they still didn't know what they had traded, so they didn't know what the consequences of their successful transactions would be. Therefore, they could only first figure out their details before making a plan. Go inform Xiao Yunlong and Zhou Shihui to prepare for the meeting. By the way, tell Xiao Liqing that the departure time of the Universal Life Base will be delayed by 3 hours. Yes. Li Yueshan immediately received the order and went out. At this time, Lin Qiao had already swallowed the crazy huge hairy cow with her black fire, obtained the energy core of a level 7 mutated beast, and continued to head towards Qingshan base. Yan Huiguang and Shui Mingjun, who followed her all the way, treated each other as transparent, not even looking at each other, let alone speaking. It was simply too awkward. Looking at these two men, Duan Wan, Yan Xiao, and Jing Yan from time to time gathered together and guessed, I bet that before we arrived at the destination, these two definitely haven't spoken yet. Yan Xiao was holding a stainless steel basin in her hand, in which were pieces of raw meat soaked in water. She scooped up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth, munching on it, and said, "No, I guess before we arrived there." The meat in the basin in her hand was soaked in the lake water in Lin Qiao's space. After soaking for 2 or 3 hours, it would have a sweet taste in the mouth of zombies, and was also tender and delicious. Therefore, Lin Qiao would occasionally catch a few mutated beasts along the way, and cut off pieces of meat to soak for everyone to eat. Unfortunately, she forgot to leave the meat of the cow, and at that time, she accidentally swallowed the cow. I guess even after arriving at the destination, they won't pay attention to each other. Jing Yan stood beside her expressionlessly. While speaking, she calmly pinched out a piece of meat from the basin in Yan Zhao's hand and put it in her mouth. The two female zombies ate the raw meat like snacks. Duan Wan, who couldn't eat raw meat, could only watch from the side. If she wanted to eat, she had to start a fire and roast it before eating. I think the one who spoke first should be Shui Mingjun, because Yan Huiguang isn't the kind of person who likes to speak first. Yan Xiao smacked another piece of meat into her mouth. At this time, a gust of wind flashed, and a big dog suddenly appeared in front of the three of them. It sat on its hind buttocks, sticking out its tongue, and used a pair of black and shiny dog eyes to stare at the basin in Yan Zhao's hand. You finished gnawing on the bones. This meat isn't even enough to fill the gaps between your teeth, don't fight with us. Yan Xiao saw Ah Wang, and her expression immediately collapsed. Chapter 11:25. Ah Wang was unmoved. He stuck out his tongue and continued to look at the meat in her hand. If you don't give it a bite, it won't leave, Duan Wan said with a smile. Yan Xiao had no choice but to throw a piece of meat to Ah Wang with a bitter face. It's not even enough for a few bites. Jing Yan looked at her with a poker face. Who told it to see you? Lin Qiao sat on the other side and looked in the northwest direction. After a while, a car drove over. Xie Dong got out of the car and walked in front of her. The situation has been investigated, and Lan Lu has received news that you are heading to their base. They should be sending someone to find you soon. Lin Qiao looked at him and asked, how is the level 9 metahuman doing? Xie Dong looked at Yan Huiguang in the distance and said to Lin Qiao, his destructive power has decreased a lot, and his body has been injured in many places. Although his physical fitness is very strong, if he runs out of energy, his body will become weak very soon. Lin Qiao nodded and said, so he is about to use up the energy in his energy core. Almost. The people at Qingshan base are getting nervous, and there are movements in Huaxia. I think they will attack the target in the near future. Xie Dong nodded. What is Lan Lu doing? If she guessed correctly, Lan Lu should be standing guard around their leader to protect him. They were there to prevent outsiders from attacking the weakened level 9 metahuman. Lon Lu is guarding the level 9 metahuman. It looks like he is trying to prevent outsiders from harming their leader, Xie Dong said. Then we have to hurry. Lin Chao's eyes darkened, and she immediately stood up. Get ready to go. Yes. Xie Dong nodded and turned to the zombies. Get ready to go. Yan Xiao was about to throw the last piece of raw meat to Ah Wang. When she heard this, she immediately threw it into her mouth. Then she poured the water out of the basin and ran to the car with it. Ah Wang, who was waiting for the last bite of meat with his mouth wide open. Damn it, I was waiting for you with my mouth wide open, and you ate it yourself. Don't run. Give me back my meat. Seeing Yan Xiao eat the last piece of meat and run into the car, Wang immediately turned around and kicked his legs. He swung his tail and jumped. In the next second, he landed on the roof of Yan Xiao's car. Don't damage my car. Lin Chao saw it jump out of the corner of her eye and immediately shouted at it. In the end. Bang, okay, if it rained, the roof of that car would leak. A wolf silently retracting his sharp claws, Wang obediently sat on the roof of the car under Lin Chao's glare. At the same time, he used his paws to secretly cover the holes on the roof of the car. You can't blame it. It's all because the roof of this broken car is too brittle. It's like a piece of paper that's easily pierced through. You quarreling dog. If you don't be careful, I'll cut off your claws one day. Lin Chao glared at it angrily and helplessly before turning around and getting into her car. Oh whoa, Ah Wang raised his mouth and barked twice, unconvinced. It's not my fault. Why did you cut off my claws? It's the fault of the person who stole my snacks. Why didn't you cut off her claws? Shui Mingjun sat in the car and asked Yi Qingxian, do you all remember your previous memories? Yi Qingxian looked at him and took off his sunglasses. Nodding, he said, I remember. Shui Mingjun looked at him in amazement, you all remember everything? Why? He had become a zombie, but he still had memories. It was amazing. Weren't zombies' brains all dead? It was fine that he could think, but it was strange that he could still remember the past. He could also speak, which was even more strange. His skin had also returned to normal. Apart from the lack of color, he didn't look wrinkled or rotten like other zombies. Then do you all have an uncontrollable urge to eat people? When Shui Mingjun saw these people take off their sunglasses, he was shocked by the evil black eyes of the zombies. Yi Qingxian heard him say this and turned to look at him. Then he suddenly stuck his face over and sniffed at him at close range. Ah! Shui Mingjun was obviously scared by him and instinctively shrank back, staring at him with his eyes wide open. Yi Qingxian shrank back and put some distance between them. Then he smiled and said, what are you afraid of? If you wanted to eat, you would have already eaten. Before I recovered my memory, I couldn't control myself. After I recovered my memory, I had a psychological resistance. It's like having an extra wall. As long as we don't lose our minds, we can basically control ourselves. Shui Mingjun looked at him in surprise, but then he thought it made sense. Although they had become zombies, after they recovered their memory, their humanity also recovered. Eating people was still a taboo. At least they couldn't get over the psychological barrier. You said that after you recovered. Did you recover because you met the current leader? But Shui Mingjun quickly caught the key point in his words. Yi Qingxian looked at him and smiled, that's right. You should have noticed that our batch of zombies is different from the zombies that your old lover experimented on. We have more freedom. Shui Mingjun looked at him coldly when he heard the words old lover. What the hell was that? Was that a word used to describe two men? But Yi Qingxian didn't seem to mind. He smiled and continued, "You've seen our leader's strength. She's in a good mood, otherwise Starfire Base would have suffered the same fate as Earth Dragon. We didn't even take the supplies from Starfire's warehouse, how kind." Speaking of this, Shui Mingjun asked curiously, "Isn't your leader from Ocean City? Why does she hate Earth Dragon, Hidden Cloud City, and the other bases so much? She's not even from Hades, there's no need to go all out for revenge." Yi Qingxian's eyes flashed, but he shook his head. "Wrong, who said we were the ones to get back at them? They were the ones who provoked our leader first. Your information isn't accurate, or perhaps you're thinking from the wrong angle." Hearing his words, the Shui Mingjun suddenly recalled that before the Earth Dragon base was retaliated against, Long Yubai had indeed run to East China first. He had even attacked the base that had yet to be built at that time, but he had been beaten back. It wasn't long before Long Yubai, the deputy leader of Earth Dragon, and some of the senior officers were all assassinated. Then he thought back to Hidden Cloud City. It seemed they were the ones who had targeted Universal Life Base first. Chapter 11:26. It seems that this woman is really scary, whoever dares to provoke her will not have a good ending. Shui Mingjun's view of Lin Qiao has reached a new height. On the other side, in a mountain forest in the northwest, Lan Lu hid on the edge of a cliff, watching a tall man standing on the mountain bank from afar. The man looked at the bottom of the cliff expressionlessly. If it wasn't for the energy storms surrounding him, crushing the trees and stones within a radius of 20 to 30 meters, one would have thought that he was normal. In addition to Lan Lu and the man on the edge of the cliff, there was also a level 8 mutant beast hiding not far away. In addition, there were several groups of people a little further away, surrounding and observing the man's situation from several directions. The level 8 mutant beast was a grassland wolf, and it was a wolf king. Around it was a pack of hundreds of mutant wolves, pairs of sharp wolf eyes staring at the man on the edge of the cliff. The wolf king was pure black, its whole body smooth and soft, slightly fluffy long hair dancing in the wind, reflecting a burst of black light under the illumination of the sun. Its 2 ears stood straight up, and the hair on its tail even drooped to the ground. It had a strong body, thick limbs. Its claws flashed with a sharp light. Standing there, it was nearly 2 meters tall, and its body length including its tail was at least 7 or 8 meters. A pair of sharp but unusually calm wolf eyes quietly looked in the direction of the man on the edge of the cliff. Under his calm gaze, however, waves of desire and desire were faintly discernible. It was a pair of eyes that thirsted for energy. Obviously, it wanted the energy crystal of this level 9 ability user very much. Lan Lu looked at the man with a headache, then looked at the Black Wolf King, and then looked at the people from the Huaxia base in the distance. His leader's situation was getting worse and worse. The energy had long been almost exhausted, and the destructive power had long been reduced. Even if his leader was a strength type, and his physical strength was 10 times stronger than ordinary ability users, he would not be able to withstand the continuous attacks of a level 6 or 7 ability user. Moreover, Huaxia had brought a lot of powerful small artillery shells. Although these rocket launchers could only be used once, their power was comparable to the attack power of a level 8 ability user. On one side was a level 8 and the mutant Wolf King, and on the other side was a level 8 ability weapon. Lan Lu could only withstand one side, and the other side would not be able to withstand it. So now, both sides were waiting for an opportunity to attack their leaders. Fortunately, the Wolf King was also very cautious. He seemed to be very afraid of the Blue Continent and the people sent by China. The people of Huaxia were also afraid of the Wolf King and the Blue Land. So now, Lan Lu was praying in his heart that neither side would suddenly attack. Otherwise, he could only defend against one side, and it would be hard to defend against the other. Suddenly, Lan Lu's expression changed, and he glanced behind him. Not long after, Chang Qingqing came over. I've sent a message to the leader of the Universal Base. She's not far from here. If she can hurry up, she should be able to get here in less than 10 hours. Chang Qingqing immediately looked at him and said after she arrived in front of him. He then turned to look at the cliff and sighed. The leader's energy storm has weakened again. I hope he can hold on for a little longer. Lan Lu's eyes darkened as he said, so what if I persevere to the end? If we can't dispel his berserk state when he runs out of energy, his energy core will probably explode. Chang Qingqing's expression darkened as she looked at him and asked, will it really explode? Lan Lu said with a heavy expression, his berserk state is also caused by some kind of energy. In order to resist this energy, his energy will activate its protective state and rush out. But when the leader's energy runs out, he won't have the energy to resist that energy. What do you think will happen? Chang Qingqing became silent and didn't say anything. After a while, she asked helplessly, then what should we do? Lan Lu sighed and said, so we can only wait for Miss Lu to come over. Maybe she has a way. Didn't you say that Wu Qingyue also went berserk before? This time, we'll ask her for help. Maybe she can really help us. Chang Qingqing thought about it and said, ask her again. We've already asked her to help us once. This way, we owe her more and more. When will we be able to pay it back? Whether it was the matter of sending the zombies from their base to the Universal Base, or Lan Lu accidentally revealing the identity of the leader zombie, it was all because they owed him. Until now, they still hadn't had the chance to pay it back. There was no other way, that woman was also very strong. Moreover, even when they needed help, Wu Qingyue from Sea City would be the first to help them. They were thousands of miles away, and by the time they got the news, the problem had already been solved. Don't worry, there will be a chance. Her identity can't be hidden forever. If one day her zombie identity and the zombie army in her base are discovered, she will need us to stand on her side. She will need us to stand on her side, Lan Lu said with a smile after thinking about it. Chang Qingqing glanced at him expressionlessly and said, what's the use of standing on her side? You don't have weapons, and you don't have manpower. Lan Lu said to her with a bitter smile, what? I'm a level 8 psychic. Just me alone is already very important. Don't look down on me. Chang Qingqing rolled her eyes at him, then looked at the Wolf King and said, this black wolf is really patient, it's been so long and it's still so calm. Lan Lu glanced at her with dissatisfaction, wolves are animals that are very patient with their prey, this is normal, okay? Don't tell me that you wanted to attack our leader quickly with your words. Why can't you think of something better? I'm just making preparations, in case I can't react in time. Chang Qingqing replied indifferently to his complaints. While Lan Lu was relieved because of the news of Lin Qiao's arrival, the people from Huaxia were a little uneasy when they heard the news. What? That woman is almost here. Why did she come to Qingshan Base in the northwest? Even if Lan Lu sent someone to ask for her help now, she shouldn't be here so soon. Ho Guizhong's expression changed when he received the news that Lin Qiao was less than 400 kilometers away, and then he said with some surprise. Wei Haichao thought for a moment and said, maybe she received the news about the level 9 psychic long ago, so she came when the level 9 psychic's energy was almost used up. Looks like she's also here for the class 9 energy crystal core. After all, the temptation of a level 9 energy crystal was irresistible. Not to mention that woman's ambition wasn't small. Chapter 11:27. A woman was able to raise her arcana to level 7 and build a safe base. So in order to keep her base safe, she had to be very strong. If she could get her hands on this level 9 arcana core, she might become the 4th level 8 Arcanist in the country. With a level 8 Arcanist overseeing the base, and the woman's close relationship with Wu Qingyue from Haiqing. If the two worked together, their overall strength would not be any worse than China's. At that time, there would definitely be a lot of survivors who would join the currently sparsely populated universal base. With people came power, and with power came power. If China did not have 2 million survivors and countless talents, how could it become the #1 base in the country? If she is really here for the level 9 energy core, then we must stop her before the leader arrives. Wei Haichao felt the situation was getting more urgent. Ho Guizhong thought about it but shook his head. It's hard to say if she is here for the level 9 energy core. After all, she seems to have a good relationship with Qingshan Base's Blue Land. I think it's more likely that she is here to help. Wei Haichao heard this and thought about Lin Chao's strength. That woman was only level 7 now, if she was not here to pick up scraps but to help. With her level 7 strength, it seemed that she would not be of much help. After all, the Wolf King was a level 8 mutant beast, while they had 2 level 7 Arcanists and powerful weapons on their side. She was only a level 7 Arcanist, she would not be able to take on either side. Did she really overestimate herself and come over to help the Blue Land? Isn't she too stupid? If you say she is here to help, I think she is here to die. If she can bring Wu Qingyue with her, then it'll be fine. Ho Guizhong suddenly paused. She came here on her own, right? Could she have brought Wu Qingyue with her? Wei Haichao nodded. She brought people here on her own. Wu Qingyue is in Haiqing now. He is keeping an eye on our base and probably does not have the energy to care about this woman. Ho Guizhong breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Just as the people from Huaxia and Qingshan base were making their own plans, the originally quiet Black Wolf King suddenly turned its head, and its originally calm eyes suddenly burst with a sharp glint. It lowered its head slightly and narrowed its eyes. He let out a low roar from his throat towards the direction behind him. Woo! It seemed to be warning something. The Black Wolf King's actions immediately attracted the attention of Lan Lu, Ho Guizhong, and the others. They immediately focused their attention in that direction. As soon as he noticed this, he immediately felt that things weren't too good. A powerful and violent aura was faintly discernible coming from far behind the Black Wolf King. The aura came from a very far distance. However, the pressure contained in this aura was almost on the same level as that of the Black Wolf King. Lan Lu, Chang Qingqing, Ho Guizhong, and Wei Haichao were all shocked. Could it be that another level 8 guy had come? Apart from Lan Lu, only Xikong Qin and Wu Qingyue were rank 8 metahumans. If the chances of those two appearing were not high, then the beast that appeared must be another rank 8 mutated beast. After all, the evolution of mutant beasts was not slow anymore. And looking at the fearful look on Black Wolf's face, it was obvious that he knew that fella in the distance. Not good. It might be another rank 8 mutated beast, and it even knows the Wolf King. There's probably a grudge. I reckon that if it's not for the leader, then it's for the Black Wolf King. As a rank 8 spiritual type metahuman, Lan Lu could sense things more clearly than other rank 7 metahumans. Chang Qingqing frowned, her face a little dark. No way. Another one is coming. There was already one here, and it was being held back by the people from the Huaxia base. Lan Lu's side was protecting their leader. He originally thought that after the female leader of the universal base arrived, there would be a turn for the better. He didn't expect that before his reinforcements could arrive, trouble would come knocking on his door. If this new mutated beast were to casually attack one side, it would directly disrupt the current situation. Or it would directly become an unstable factor that could threaten their side or their leader at any time. Woo-woo-dash, as the aura got closer and closer, the rank 8 Wolf King began to let out a hurried low growl. It suddenly turned around, swinging its long tail behind it. Its entire face began to wrinkle as it bared its teeth and lowered its ears, letting out a threatening growl at the aura. Roar! Soon, a loud roar of a beast came from the other side. Roar! The surrounding crowd was immediately suppressed by the auras of these two level 8 experts. After the two beasts released their auras and prepared to attack, other than the rank 8 metahuman Lan Lu, everyone felt their bodies stiffen and their breathing became difficult. The rank 7 metahumans were a little better, but those below rank 6 were somewhat deterred. Their bodies stiffened as if they had suddenly lost control. Ho Guizhong and Wei Haichao's expressions changed slightly. Why is there another rank 8? Could it be that the number of rank 8 mutated beasts has increased again? If these two mutated beasts fight, Lan Lu may directly attack us. We have to be vigilant. Wei Haichao's expression sank as he suddenly thought of this possibility and said with a frown. I'm also worried that this will happen. However, the Wolf King would definitely stop it if it were to charge at the rank 9 Arcanist. However, this Wolf King's IQ isn't low. I don't think it will really fight the new mutant beast. Ho Guizhong analyzed. Wei Haichao nodded, agreeing with his statement. Indeed, if that's the case, that wolf will also stop us from getting close, and that unknown mutated beast won't let the other opponents get their hands on it either. Then we can only wait and see. Ho Guizhong thought about it and decided that he couldn't act rashly against the 9th rank metahuman. The best thing to do now was to send someone to inform his leader to rush over as soon as possible. I'll immediately send someone to urge the leader to hurry over. If he doesn't come soon, his 9th grade energy core will be snatched away by something else. The appearance of the new mutant beast caused all three parties to lose their cool. Only the level 9 paranormal on the cliff remained calm. While everyone was focused on the new mutant beast, he suddenly turned around and jumped off the cliff with a loud roar. Ah! Lan Lu, Ho Guizhong, and the others could not react in time. Holy shit! He jumped down. Then what should we do now? Should we follow him? Before the humans could react, the Black Wolf King had already turned into a black shadow and leaped down the cliff. Chapter 11:28. Before Lan Lu and the others could react, the Black Wolf King followed the rank 9 metahuman and jumped down. Seeing the Black Wolf King's action, everyone reacted. Ching ching. Find a way to stop the people from China. Lan Lu quickly gave the order and immediately jumped down the cliff. Roar! Soon, a wolf's howl came from the bottom of the cliff. The bottom of the cliff was not a river or a lake, but a forest. The height of the cliff was only a few dozen meters, but the forest below was a world of poisonous insects and poisonous gas. The forest was filled with a poisonous miasma. Whether it was plants, animals, or reptiles, all of them had poisonous properties. Ordinary people or people with lower levels of abilities would either die from poisoning or being bitten to death by poisonous insects. Or they would be attacked by poisonous mutated beasts and mutated plants. It was impossible to guard against them. The lives of the humans who entered this place were extremely fragile. After the Black Wolf King and Lan Lu jumped down one after another, a violent aura immediately came from behind the Black Wolf King. Roar! Then, the grass and trees on the ground trembled. Not long after, a huge mutant brown bear rushed over. The giant bear rushed to the edge of the cliff on all fours, then stood up abruptly. It opened its mouth and roared. Roar! Its aura spread along with the huge roar, scaring the birds and beasts in the surrounding forest. At the same time, it suppressed the humans around it. Pooh! The ordinary people without abilities were all shocked and then spat out a mouthful of blood. Their bodies went limp and they directly fainted on the ground. Some even had their heartbeat stopped and died just like that. Most of them bled from their orifices and then collapsed to the ground. Woo dash! The wolves left behind by the Black Wolf King immediately growled in fear and ran away with their tails between their legs. Of course, the level of those that the Black Wolf King brought with him was not low. There were more than 10 level 7 and the rest were level 5 and 6. Basically, there was no one below level 5. Therefore, when faced with the pressure of the giant bear, they could only retreat. But it did not affect them too much. However, the aura of the giant bear did not only spread to the surrounding area, but also hundreds of kilometers away. Lin Qiao immediately sensed it and her eyes lit up. A level 8. Mutant beast. Duan Wan, who was driving, did not feel it as clearly as she did, but she also felt a sudden oppressive aura. Fortunately, she was calm enough to not turn the steering wheel askew. Hearing Lin Qiao say this, she immediately understood what was going on. Level 8. Where? Duan Wan asked in confusion. That's the direction we're heading in. It's probably not far from where Lan Lu and the others are. From the looks of it, the leader of the Lan Lu family has attracted more than just humans, Lin Qiao said after sensing it carefully. Duan Wan asked in surprise, there are mutant beasts. But then again, mutated beasts that had evolved to level 7 or 8 had very high intelligence. Mutant beast has king is especially predators. Looks like this rank 9 ability user is in a very dangerous situation. Lin Qiao nodded and said with a sigh, I hope the Blue Land can hold on until we get there. The Lan family rank Dong family wolf is wolf but Li Shan is wild but is Yang king is Li Luan king. Duan Wan turned her head and glanced at her strangely. By the way, aren't you going to help? Why do you not care about the level 9 ability user? Lin Qiao also looked at her strangely, although we are really going to help, we can't guarantee his life. If he were to self-destruct, would I be able to stop him? I just don't want his energy core to fall into the hands of others. Duan Wan looked at her speechlessly. Aren't you a little sinister? Lin Qiao shrugged and said with a calm face, I'll help as long as it's within my power. Even if I can't help, I can't force it. Chang Qingqing looked at the people behind her bitterly while Lan Lu was thinking of a way to stop the Huaxia people. Apart from level 5 or 6, the others were useless. Even she herself wasn't a combat type. Follow me. Although that was what she thought, Chang Qingqing still called all the people who still had the ability to fight and forced their way towards the location of the Huaxia Foundation. Attack from afar and outsmart them. Don't get too close to them. Pay attention to their weapons. Yes. The ordinary people on the Huaxia side were basically paralyzed, but Hou Guizhong and Lin Qiao had brought many level 5 and 6 ability users. There were at least 100 people who could move at this time. Put on your masks, let's go down too. Hou Guizhong did not care about Chang Qingqing and the others. When he saw that his target had jumped into the miasma forest below the cliff, he immediately ordered his people to put on their equipment. They were ready to go down and snatch the prey. If we go down now, Lan Lu and the Black Wolf King might already be fighting. Then the opportunity is ours. Everyone, hurry up. Wei Haichao also gave the order. Yes. I hope that the level 9 ability user falls to his death. Hou Guizhong muttered. But the next second, Wei Haichao retorted, you think too much. Even if he has used up all his energy, he is still a strength type ability user. He is a level 9, how can he fall to his death? Hou Guizhong shrugged. Can't I even think about it? What if it comes true? After saying that, he turned around and disappeared in a flash. When Lin Qiao gradually closed the distance between them and Lan Lu, she not only sensed the aura of the level 9 ability user, but also level 8 ability users and more than one level 8 mutant beast. 2 level 8 mutant beasts. Lin Qiao could smell the special smell of the mutant beasts. She stopped with everyone and stood on top of a hill to observe the fluctuations of the aura. Ha! Isn't there only one? Duanwan stood behind her and asked doubtfully. I also felt the aura of more than one mutant beast. Both of them are very strong and full of threat. Lin Qiao nodded. He looked at Yan Huiguang, who was standing silently on the other side. This guy had been staring at the level 9 ability user. He must know the situation here. But he did not seem to want to tell Lin Qiao about the situation, and Lin Qiao did not care about him. Lin Qiao did not need him to provide any information, she already knew what she needed to know. She was here to help out, and she could directly sense the strength of the opponent. There is a special aura in their position. It seems that they ran into a place with poisonous gas. Lin Qiao sniffed and identified the special aura. She could roughly guess what kind of environment it was. Let's go. Lin Qiao suddenly ordered and disappeared from the top of the hill. When she arrived here, she had already put away all the cars because there was no road to drive. Chapter 1129. At this time, in the base, Lin Feng and the others were sitting in the office, frowning. Lin Wenwen really disappeared. Did she disappear on her own or was she taken away by someone else? If she was taken away by someone else, but they asked Xiao Lily to send a large number of zombie soldiers to search for Lin Wenwen sent like police dogs, but there were no clues. After Wu Qingyue finished dealing with Haiqing, he quickly came over. Seeing that everyone still didn't understand what was going on, he could only help to search. If he couldn't find her, he wouldn't give up. But that night, Li Yushan brought bad news to Wu Qingyue. You said that Xikong Chen has secretly left for the northwest. When did this happen? Wu Qingyue's smile disappeared as he asked expressionlessly. He left this morning, he should be halfway there by now. Li Yushan stood in front of Wu Qingyue and reported. Wu Qingyue looked at the ground and frowned as he thought. Xikong Chen had already left for the northwest, which meant that he wanted to personally obtain the energy core of the level 9 metahuman, and he was determined to get it. The level 9 metahuman was probably at the end of his life, and it was about time for him to make his move. If the female zombie and Lan Lu joined forces, it wouldn't be a problem to deal with Xikong Chen. Even zombie Lu could deal with him alone. As for whether they could deal with him or not, it was hard to say. This was hard to say. After all, Great Zombie Lu, oh no, it was better to call him Great Zombie Lin. After all, she had just advanced to level 8. However, a zombie's physique and strength would always be stronger than a metahuman of the same level. Therefore, if Big Zombie Lin and Xikong Chen were to fight, if Big Zombie Lin didn't use any destructive weapons, then Big Zombie Lin's chances of winning would be higher. But in addition to Xikong Chen himself, the army and subordinates he brought with him couldn't be ignored. Especially their weapons, the power of China's weapons had changed in the past 2 years, so they couldn't be underestimated. Looking at the situation, Lan Lu's side wasn't in a big crisis. But if there were other variables, then it would be hard to say. What's the situation with the level 9 metahuman? Thinking about it, he still needed to understand the situation. Li Yushan shook his head, not good. The last movement was when he ran to the edge of a cliff and jumped down. Below them was the poisonous miasma forest, which was very dangerous. In addition to the humans present, there are also many mutated beasts that have their eyes on the level 9 Arcanist. When Wu Qingyue heard that there were mutant beasts, his heart sank. As expected, there are still other variables. What is the level of the shapeshifter? Li Yueshan was silent for 2 seconds before saying, 2 level 8 beasts. 2. Wu Qingyue raised his eyes abruptly and looked at him. Li Yushan nodded. That's right, a black wolf king and a bear. They're all level 8. Wu Qingyue looked at him and asked, "You also jumped off the cliff?" Li Yushan nodded again, "Yes." Black Wolf, Lan Lu, Mutant Bear, Hoguizhong from China, and Wei Haichao followed suit. Wu Qingyue leaned back and crossed his arms in front of his chest. "What about Chief Lu? Where is she?" "I received news that she's already in the vicinity," said Li Yueshan. "She should be catching up with the target soon." "So Sikong Chen hasn't arrived yet?" Wu Qingyue analyzed the situation over there. If Zombie Lin arrived before Sikong Chen, then Sikong Chen's chances of getting close to the level 9 Arcanist wouldn't be high. But there were still 2 level 8 mutant beasts ahead. Lan Lu certainly wouldn't be able to deal with them alone. Unless the 2 mutant beasts fought over the prey. With Lan Lu's IQ, he would definitely find a way to make the 2 level 8 mutant beasts fight. Then he would look for an opportunity to take away his own leader. With this analysis, Zombie Lin's situation wouldn't be in any danger. Wu Qingyue was relieved and said, "Keep an eye on the information over there, and report back as soon as there's any new change." "Yes." Li Yushan immediately responded, but after that, he silently looked at Wu Qingyue. Wu Qingyue looked at him strangely, "Is there something else?" Li Yushan didn't quite understand and asked, "Aren't you going? What if something happens to Miss Lu?" Wu Qingyue smiled and said, "Do you really think she's still Lu Tianyu? Don't worry, with her ability, I believe she won't let herself fall into a passive position. It's not certain who will win or lose." Wu Qingyue still had a lot of faith in Zombie Lin's ability. After all, she was one of the first batch of leaders, and she had suffered a loss once. His memory had grown, and he had the strength that he needed to possess. As long as her IQ didn't drop, there shouldn't be any big problems. Li Yushan didn't know that the Lu Tianyu he knew had been replaced by Lin Qiao. So he didn't understand where his boss's confidence came from. Was it because of love? So he believed in her strength? Or was it to protect his wife's self-esteem? Well, Li Yushan, who was a single dog, turned and left with a puzzled look. After Wu Qingyue watched him leave, he sighed and said, "That guy's problem isn't a problem, his sister's problem is a big problem." Lin Wenwen, who had suddenly returned to 7 years ago, looked at the people sitting in front of her, and then looked at the time outside. While those people weren't paying attention, she sneaked into the bathroom and searched this guy's clothes. Then she took out all the things that could prove her identity and searched them. This fat girl was called Dong Xinxin. She was only 17 years old this year and was still in her 3rd year of high school. Not to mention her height and weight, she was shown by her brother's light every day, but she also had to be shown by his buddies. What was even more excessive was that this naturally tanned brother doted on his sister, and always brought beautiful women to her side. Oh, wrong. That beautiful woman stuck to him on her own. This was because her older brother, who was upright, handsome, and warm, had no interest in girls at the moment. His EQ was in the negative. So even if a beautiful woman stuck to him, he wouldn't take a second look. However, some shamelessly stuck to his sister, thinking that if they wanted to get close to him, they might as well get close to his most beloved sister first. Of course, these were all Lin Wenwen's speculations after being in contact with these 4 people for a few hours. Looking at these 2 female college students trying to get close to her on the surface, but secretly disdaining her, how could Lin Wenwen, who was almost 30 years old, not see it? Chapter 1130. Seeing that the 2 girls kept calling Dong Xinxin's brother Li Jia, it seemed that this brother's name was Dong Lijia. From Dong Lijia's words to the 2 girls, Lin Wenwen could guess that Dong Xinxin seemed to like these 2 girls very much. It seemed that if this Dong Xinxin was not too naive, then his IQ was not online. Looking at her clothes, Lin Wenwen could roughly guess Dong Xinshin's IQ range. These clothes were bought by the two girls when Dong Lijia wasn't paying attention. Because Dong Lijia felt that her clothes didn't fit, he dragged her to the mall to buy another set. Very good, her brother was not only handsome, but also rich. Well, the owner of this body didn't seem to be short of money. Because she had a few bank cards in her wallet. Xinshin, what's wrong with you today? You don't seem to talk much. Are you feeling uncomfortable? At this time, the girl with vertical hair looked at Lin Wenwen and asked. This girl was called Lin Yuehui. Her target was not Dong Lijia, but Deng Chunfei, the cool handsome guy next to Dong Lijia. The other girl with a ponytail, Qin Zhao, was targeting Dong Lijia. After hearing Lin Yuehui's words, Lin Wenwen silently looked at Dong Lijia. He had stolen all her words today. She didn't even have to worry about exposing herself by saying too much. Although Dong Lijia really loved Dong Xinshin, it was obvious that this guy's EQ was not high. This guy's EQ was really low. He didn't pay much attention to what others were thinking. No. Lin Wenwen smiled and shook her head. It must be because I didn't let her buy shoes, so she was unhappy. Dong Lijia looked at Lin Wenwen and turned to Lin Yuehui. As he spoke, he directly put the shrimp in his chopsticks into the bowl in front of Lin Wenwen. Lin Wenwen looked at the normal shrimp in front of her, not the strange shrimp that mutated after the doomsday. She missed it so much that her saliva almost flowed out. She picked up the chopsticks and was about to peel it herself. Suddenly, a pair of chopsticks reached over from the side and took away her prawn. Jia, Xinshin doesn't eat shrimp. Did you forget? Deng Chunfei, who took away Lin Wenwen's shrimp, said unhappily. Hearing this, Dong Lijia finally reacted. Oh. I'm sorry, I wanted to give it to myself, but I forgot and gave it to you instead. Lin Wenwen watched as the prawns in his bowl flew away. No, she doesn't like it, but I like it. Give me back my shrimp. Although Lin Wenwen kicked Deng Chunfei again and again in his heart, on the surface, he could only look at him silently. I think you're too strict with Xinshin, Li Jia. You control what he wears and you don't even let him buy shoes. If it were me, I wouldn't be happy either. Qin Zhao said to Dong Lijia. I didn't say you can't buy it. You have to buy something suitable. He was not allowed to buy it because it was inappropriate. Believe me, you look good without those clothes, Dong Lijia said as he looked at Lin Wenwen. Lin Wenwen was staring at his empty bowl and grumbling when he heard him talking to him. She looked up at him silently, then picked up her chopsticks to pick up the chicken. If you don't want to be exposed, you'd better not eat chicken. Pick up some vegetables. At this moment, the voice in Lin Wenwen's mind rang again. Lin Wenwen's hand paused and immediately turned to the vegetables. However, her eyelids were slightly lowered, concealing the sharp glint in her eyes. Who are you? Did you bring me here? Lin Wenwen picked up some vegetables and ate while asking in his heart. You can say that I brought you back, but you can also say that I didn't bring you back. Actually, you're an accident. Lin Wenwen, what do you mean? This body is mine, it's me from 7 years ago. The voice said coldly. Lin Wenwen swallowed the vegetables in her mouth and said in surprise, Huh. You came back from 7 years later, that means it's been 7 years since the apocalypse. Speaking of which, why did you have to bring me back when you came back by yourself? But after she asked this, the voice that claimed to be Dong Xinshin disappeared again. Lin Wenwen asked anxiously, Hey. Answer my question. Why did you bring me back 7 years ago? What's the accident you mentioned? Can I go back 7 years later? And where did my body go? Just like that, he suddenly ran back to 7 years ago, and ran into someone else's body. She wanted to find herself. Since she went back 7 years ago, there must be another her. As long as she went back to her 7 years ago, or find her big sister. Then she would ask everyone to quickly store food and water, so that they wouldn't panic when the apocalypse arrived. But then she thought that she didn't die and suddenly came back. What if she wanted to go back 7 years later? If everything here changed again, what would it be like when she went back 7 years later? What if she messed up everyone's life and caused a butterfly effect? In fact, what she was most worried about was that if she changed everything now, she wouldn't be able to go back. Would she never be able to go back? Would she have to continue living with this body and identity? Looking at another her. Her family would become a stranger, and the stranger would become her family. It was scary just thinking about it. She didn't want to become like that. So she wanted to go back 7 years later. Go back to the apocalypse that she had adapted to, go back to her family. And the owner of this body, why was he silent again? Shin. Are you okay? Why are you in a daze? Just as Lin Wenwen was struggling in her heart, Dong Lijia's voice suddenly came from the side. He waved a hand in front of her eyes. Lin Wenwen suddenly woke up. What? Eat, why aren't you eating? Are you in a daze? Dong Lijia looked at her strangely. Lin Wenwen casually glanced at the others, and sure enough, everyone was looking at her with a puzzled face. Just now, her heart was in turmoil, and she actually ignored the situation on the surface. Lin Wenwen was shocked and immediately calmed down. Oh, no, maybe a little tired. I'm not very hungry. Looking at the table full of precious and rare food, Lin Wenwen regretted her words. Dong Lijia put a plate of fish in front of her, and moved the chicken in front of her. Then he said to her, even if you're not hungry, you still have to eat. But we've been shopping for a whole day. I think you're really a little tired. Quickly finish eating and go back, you still have to go to school yesterday. But with your grades, I guess you can only go to university. Anyway, after you finish university, even if you don't work, I'll take care of you. Don't be so pressured. Hearing the word school, Lin Wenwen didn't feel pressured. But hearing Dong Lijia's words, she was speechless. Was he trying to comfort her? Or was he teasing her? Chapter 1131. The world is going to end in 3 months, what's the point of going to college? Help me convince my brother that the world is going to end in 3 months. Suddenly, the voice sounded in Lin Wenwen's mind again. Lin Wenwen quickly pretended to eat while asking, what do you want? Are we in the same body? How do I go back? Although I don't know how you came back, I have a way to let you go back 7 years. But you have to help me do a few things. You like fish heads? Lin Wenwen, who was about to reach the fish head, paused and asked, you don't want to eat it? I won't eat it. So Lin Wenwen could only silently move the chopsticks to the middle of the fish, complaining, the fish head is so delicious, but you don't want to eat it. What a waste. Why do you still want me to help you? You were the one who accidentally brought me back, and isn't this your body? Isn't it unnecessary for me to stay here? Because I am not in a good state right now. If I take over the body, I might fall into a coma. So, please help me. After doing those things, I should be able to recover. I'll help you go back then. Lin Wenwen ate the fish and looked up at the others, seeing that they weren't paying attention to her anymore. She asked in disbelief, you said you can help me go back, is that true? How will you help me? What if I don't have a place to go after leaving your body? Or I'll just die. That won't happen, believe me. Don't you want to go back? The you from 7 years ago is already here, you can't go back to your own body. While Lin Wenwen was talking to the voice in her head, Dong Lijia finally found out that Lin Wenwen was a bit absent-minded during dinner. So he suddenly said to her, "How about I buy you a pair of flat Korean shoes? High heels won't do, they'll hurt your foot bones. Listen to me, change to something else." Lin Wenwen looked up at him, then her eyes suddenly flashed. She thought of something. Nodding, "Yeah." Then she said to the voice, "Are you really Dong Xinshin? Then why did you come back here?" "I'm Dong Xinshin. Because I died 7 years later, I used my ability to return to this point in time." Dong Xinshin's tone had been flat before, but when he said this, it was different. Lin Wenwen could clearly feel the hatred and killing intent in her tone. "Then hurry up and eat." After seeing Lin Wenwen nod, Dong Lijia immediately urged her to eat quickly. Lin Wenwen asked Dong Xinshin which dishes he didn't want to eat while he ate the food according to Dong Xinshin's recipe. But at the same time, he asked Dong Xinshin in his heart, "Looks like the cause of your death is not ordinary. Your resentment is drowning me. But you still haven't told me how you're going to send me back." Dong Xinshin said, "My ability is quite special. Wait for me to recover. Maybe it will help you go back 7 years. Also, you didn't come back dead, but I accidentally brought you back. Your body is actually in my alternate dimension." Lin Wenwen stopped what he was doing, and his eyes lit up with surprise. "Wait a minute, you said my body is with you. What is your ability?" "Space element." Could it be that Dong Xinshin's ability was the same as his? That's why he brought her in. Dong Xinshin said, "It's not the space element, but it's also a kind of space element." Lin Wenwen was a little confused when she heard what she said. She asked curiously, "Not the space element? Is it a space element?" But Dong Xinshin didn't want to say more. His voice came lightly, "I'll explain it to you later. I can't take it anymore. Wait until I wake up." Lin Wenwen was stunned when she heard this. "Can't take it anymore? What do you mean wait until I wake up?" "Oh yes, she just said that her current condition wasn't very good, and now she said that she had to wait until she woke up. Could it be that she fell into a state similar to a deep sleep or a coma?" Just as Lin Wenwen was eating in big mouthfuls, Deng Chunfei, who had been expressionless and quiet, retracted his gaze that was secretly looking at her. He felt that Xinshin gave him a strange feeling since the afternoon, but he didn't know what the problem was. He looked at the food she picked up. It was the same as usual, there was no change. But why did he feel that her gaze seemed to fall on the dishes she didn't eat before? "Chunfei, eat. You don't seem to eat much either. Do you have a bad appetite?" At this time, Lin Yuehui used serving chopsticks to pick up a piece of chicken wing and put it in Deng Chunfei's bowl. Of course, the chicken wing she picked up was also according to Deng Chunfei's preferences. Because she had looked up his information and his preferences. Deng Chunfei glanced at the chicken wings in his bowl. Although he didn't like it when other people took them for him, he didn't mind. But out of politeness, he still nodded and thanked her. Then he lowered his head and ate. After dinner, Lin Wenwen immediately walked towards the shoe store in the mall. Then, he first bought a few pairs of flat shoes for leisure or outdoor sports and pretended to buy them back. "Wait a minute, I want to go to the bathroom. Does Yuehui want to go with me?" At this time, Qin Jiao said that she wanted to go to the bathroom. Then, she asked Lin Yuehui if he wanted to go with her, but she didn't ask Lin Wenwen. Obviously, she didn't want Lin Wenwen to follow. Lin Yuehui glanced at her and immediately received the signal when he saw her eyes. Then he nodded and said, "Then you guys go shopping first. We'll go to the bathroom first." Dong Lijia, who was carrying things with both hands, nodded and asked Lin Wenwen, "Do you want to go?" Lin Wenwen smiled and shook his head, "Not yet. Then, the three of them watched the two girls go to the bathroom. When they were out of sight, Lin Wenwen suddenly said, "Forget it, I'll go." Then, she also went to the bathroom. She went inside a little later, but she didn't go in directly. Instead, she leaned against the wall of the women's bathroom. She crossed her arms and listened to the conversation inside. "What's wrong with Dong Xinshin today? She seems to be very obedient to her brother. She doesn't seem to care about what we say," Qin Zhao said. "Who cares? We remember that we always tell her what looks good on her. She will slowly think that what we say is right. Besides, Dong Lijia is a guy. How can he understand a girl's aesthetics? Also, he is so strict with Dong Xinshin. Maybe one day, Dong Xinshin will start to hate him. When that time comes, she will definitely go against Dong Lijia. Then, Dong Lijia will hate her more and more." Lin Yuehui's voice was calm. At the same time, there was a slight sound of the lid being closed. "Is this okay? If we make Dong Lijia hate her, then why are we trying so hard to please her?" Qin Zhao didn't quite understand. "Are you stupid?" Apart from his studies, Dong Lijia's thoughts were all on her. She was waiting for the day when he got tired of her. When the day comes that he gets tired of her, he might notice you. Don't you know how scary it is to have a sister complex? Besides, if Dong Lijia doesn't stick to Dong Xinshin, then Chenfei doesn't have to hang out with Dong Xinshin so often because of Dong Lijia, Lin Yuehui said to her impatiently. Chapter 1132. As Lin Wenwen listened, the light in her eyes dimmed slightly. Then she turned around and walked out. "Ha! Are you alone? Where are the two of them?" Dong Lijia looked at Lin Wenwen in confusion as he walked over from the direction of the bathroom. Lin Wenwen shrugged and said, "In the back." After the two girls came out, Dong Lijia drove them home. They all lived in the same city and were not far from each other. In fact, they all knew each other from their families. Because their families all had business dealings with each other, the younger generation often played together. The Dong family was a big company, and Deng Chenfei's group was a little smaller than the Dong family. The other two girls' family backgrounds were a little lower. In general, these people in front of Lin Wenwen were actually the young masters and daughters of rich families. Dong Xinshin was also a rich young lady, but she didn't look like one. Returning to her big house, she saw that she had to walk through hundreds of meters of flower beds from the front gate to the front gate of the big house. There was a group of bodyguards at the gate, and there was also a group of bodyguards at the gate of the house. Lin Wenwen thought to herself, rich, young master, second Mississippi. Standing at the gate to greet them was a middle-aged man with a straight figure and bulging muscles under his suit. He wore a pair of glasses on his gentle face, which hid the light in his eyes. But it still couldn't escape Lin Wenwen's eyes. She silently looked at the middle-aged man who looked like a butler. Then she immediately turned to Dong Lijia. Dong Lijia waved to the middle-aged man and said, "My parents haven't come back yet, have they?" As he said that, he walked towards the door. The middle-aged man nodded. After Lin Wenwen followed him inside, he walked behind Lin Wenwen and replied, "The chairman has an important social engagement tonight. Madam hasn't come back after she went out during the day." "Oh. I see." Dong Lijia nodded as he walked through the living room to the stairs. The middle-aged man stood in the living room and didn't follow him. Lin Wenwen secretly marveled at the size of the living room just now. Then she looked at Dong Lijia, who was still carrying her shoes. He probably wanted to help her carry them to her room. She didn't have to find Dong Xinshin's room by herself. When they reached the door, Dong Lijia stuffed the bag into Lin Wenwen's hand. "Here, rest early." After saying that, he turned around and went back to his room. Lin Wenwen immediately stopped him. Wait a minute. Dong Lijia stopped and looked back at her. What's wrong? Lin Wenwen took out the key on his body and compared it with the keyhole to identify which key it was. Then he said, "Oh, help me open the door." Only then did Dong Lijia realize that he had stuffed the things in both of his hands into his sister's hands, so she didn't have the hands to open the door. Dong Lijia immediately took the key from Lin Wenwen's finger and opened the door for her. After Lin Wenwen entered, he saw Dong Lijia standing outside the door. Seeing that Zhang Xian had entered, he was about to turn around and leave. She called to him again. Wait a moment. What's wrong now? Dong Lijia, who was about to leave, turned around again and looked at her strangely. Come in first, Lin Wenwen said to him. What for? Dong Lijia looked at her in confusion, then looked at her again. I thought you were weird today. You didn't say anything. You didn't call anyone. Lin Wenwen was stunned. Call who? Dong Lijia rolled his eyes and said, think about it. Have you called me brother since this afternoon? You haven't. His Xin clearly liked to call him brother the most. Lin Wenwen wanted to roll her eyes, but she restrained herself on the surface. This guy was younger than her, but he wanted her to call him brother. Besides, she wasn't really his sister. She couldn't call him brother. Come in first. I have something to say. Lin Wenwen didn't want to talk nonsense with him. She threw the bag in her hand on the ground. Then she pulled him and closed the door behind her. Dong Lijia, who was suddenly pulled in, looked at her in confusion. Why are you so mysterious? After closing the door, Lin Wenwen turned around and looked at him. Then she frowned and thought about how to tell him that she wasn't his sister. And how to tell him that the end of the world would come in 3 months. It was easy to say it. She just needed to say it out. But it might be a bit difficult to make him believe it. Lin Wenwen turned left and right behind the door. She looked at Dong Lijia and wanted to say something. Tisk, just say it. If you have something to say, hurry up and say it. Why are you turning around? Dong Lijia was very curious about her appearance, and his heart was itching. Do you have someone you like? Who is it? What does he look like? How are his studies? How is his character? Bah, wait a minute. It's not the time to ask about this. No, why are you in love at this time? Seeing that Lin Wenwen just wanted to say something but stopped, Dong Lijia immediately let his imagination run wild. He thought that his sister had met someone she liked. No wonder she was acting weird today. Not only did she want to buy tight clothes to wear, but she also wanted to buy high heels. Moreover, she looked absent-minded. She must have someone she liked. Lin Wenwen looked at him speechlessly. No, don't think too much. What I want to say is. What is it? Dong Lijia stared at her and asked impatiently. Lin Wenwen pursed her lips and said, will you believe me if I tell you? I'm afraid you won't believe me. Dong Lijia felt something was wrong when he heard this. He looked at her strangely. What do you mean believe me? If you don't like someone else, then what is it? Lin Wenwen looked at him and said, I want to say that the world will have a destructive change in 3 months. Do you believe me? Dong Lijia said. No. Lin Wenwen immediately glared at him. See, you don't believe me. But you have to believe it because I'm not your sister. Dong Lijia was speechless. Seeing his expression, Lin Wenwen slapped away his hand that was about to touch her forehead. What's with that expression? Do you think I'm joking with you? Dong Lijia silently withdrew his hand, which was a little numb after being slapped. Then he nodded. But in his heart, he thought, when did this girl become so strong? My hand hurts. Lin Wenwen's expression turned cold, and then she sneered at him. Really? Then tell me. Can your sister fight? However, when Dong Lijia heard this, his expression became blank and puzzled. Fight? How is that possible? How can a person who can fall down 3 times while running dozens of meters fight? Lin Wenwen was speechless. Dong Xinxin, so you are a person who can fall down 3 times while running dozens of meters. Inexplicably thinking of this posture of falling down, Lin Wenwen almost broke down. Chapter 1133. Just as Lin Wenwen was thinking about how Dong Xinxin couldn't stay calm after falling, she calmly made her move. She suddenly grabbed Dong Lijia's wrist and pulled him up. She turned her back to Dong Lijia. Then, she spread her legs, one in front of the other in the back. She quickly bent forward and exerted force with her back legs and waist. Dong Lijia's entire body was flung out. Wow! Bang! Dong Lijia was caught off guard. Before he could react, he felt dizzy. Then, he was thrown to the ground with a bang. That wasn't all. He fell to the ground. After falling to the ground, he was immediately turned over by a force. One of his hands was twisted backward and a huge force pressed down on his back. In an instant, his body's freedom was suppressed. Dong Lijia was lying on the ground with a dumbfounded look. He was stunned. You can try and see if you can escape from my hands. Lin Wenwen sat on his back and said with a smile. Just now, she had almost guessed where the limit of this body's physical strength was. Although she could use her reflexes freely, the strength of this body, the range of movements, endurance, and so on were all ordinary people, or even worse than ordinary people. Because this was the body of a fat man, hearing Lin Wenwen's words, Dong Lijia suddenly came back to his senses. He immediately began to struggle, but he felt a force on his back firmly suppressing him. Moreover, he couldn't pull back his hand that was twisted behind his back. At this time, Dong Lijia was still a bit confused. His mind was still thinking, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? This time, when he came to his senses, he found that the person who suddenly threw him over the shoulder and grabbed him was his sister, who had never been very coordinated. Just a second ago, his sister said that she wasn't his sister. But his sister really couldn't make such a sharp fighting move. Could it be, what she said was true? If what she said was true, then what about his sister? Then, who was this person wearing his sister's face? If the face could be the same, then the body could be the same. That would be too strange, right? Many doubts and questions filled Dong Lijia's mind, causing his reaction and expression to crash. Lin Wenwen let go of him and stood up. You still don't believe me? Then get up. I'll tell you one more thing. After regaining his freedom, Dong Lijia crawled up reflexively. He began to stare at her from head to toe with a skeptical gaze. Lin Wenwen extended his hand and said to him, watch. Then, with a wave of her hand, a pistol appeared in her hand out of thin air. Seeing the gun, Dong Lijia's eyes widened. He stared at her hand in disbelief, then quickly glanced at her face. Lin Wenwen threw the gun in his hand into his arms. You can see if it's real. Dong Lijia looked at the gun flying toward him and hurriedly caught it. Then, he held it in his hands and looked at Lin Wenwen as if he had seen a ghost. You. Where did you get the gun? No, you didn't have anything in your hands just now. How did you do it? As he spoke, he carefully touched the gun in his hand. It felt cold, metallic, and heavy. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't look fake, although Dong Lijia had never seen a real gun. However, the gun in his hand gave him an oppressive feeling. This was not the aura of a fake gun. This was a real gun. Because I'm a paranormal. I'm a space type. 3 months later, a natural virus will spread all over the world. Then, you'll see countless people become zombies like in the movies. They can continue to move, walk, and jump after they die. What they like most is to pounce on the living and eat their flesh. And among the surviving humans, there will be a small number of people who will slowly mutate and gain some abnormal energy and skills. Lin Wenwen walked in front of him and took back the gun in his hand. Then, she put it into the space. Her space could still be used, and the area was very large. To her, this was a very pleasant surprise. Moreover, she had brought back all the things in the space. She just didn't know if she could take all the things here. Dong Lijia was shocked and opened his mouth wide. It took him a long time to find his voice. Is what you said true? Lin Wenwen shrugged and said, do you still think I'm your sister? Would your sister talk to you like this? Dong Lijia immediately shook his head and looked at his sister, who was like a stranger in front of him. He couldn't make any reaction. Your sister is still in this body, but she might have met with some accident. She can't wake up and talk to us for the time being. But don't worry, she should be fine. Lin Wenwen was in the mood to look at the environment in the room. Then, she walked to the desk and pulled out a chair to sit down. She was a little breathless from the movement just now. Dong Xinxin's body was really useless. Then, who are you? Why are you in Xinxin's body? Dong Lijia digested what she said and looked at her with disbelief. Lin Wenwen spread out his hands and said, you have to ask your sister. I don't know. Dong Lijia covered his forehead and used his other hand to block Lin Wenwen's direction. Wait a minute. Let me digest. Virus. Doomsday. And zombies. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Lin Wenwen looked at him coldly. What's in it for me to lie to you? You don't believe that it's your loss. After the apocalypse, resources are very precious, and everyone can become zombies. If you get bitten or scratched by zombies, you will also become a zombie. You can choose not to believe me, but what I'm doing now is on behalf of your sister. So don't stop me. It's not that, this is too sudden. Let me think about it. Dong Lijia held his head and sat on the sofa at the side. Lin Wenwen said, you should be glad that I returned to 3 months before the apocalypse broke out. In September, when the school starts, the apocalypse will come. So, you now have 3 months to prepare resources and weapons. Weapons. Hearing Lin Wenwen's last sentence, Dong Lijia immediately looked up at her. When the apocalypse comes. On one side, you have to face zombies, and on the other side, you have to face crazy humans. Don't trust people too much, because in order to survive after the apocalypse, people will stab you in the back. Stabbing people in the back is already the norm. You will also encounter man-eating bandits, as well as all kinds of mutated plants and animals. Lin Wenwen snorted coldly at him. Hearing this, Dong Lijia became silent. Although Lin Wenwen's tone was very calm, he could hear something cold in her words. He looked up at her and asked, then, who are you? Chapter 1134. In response to Dong Lijia's question, Lin Wenwen replied calmly, who I am isn't important. What's important is that if you trust me, then go back and think about what to do. You have 3 months to prepare. After the apocalypse, electricity and transportation would be paralyzed, internet signals would disappear, plants and animals would mutate, and water sources would be polluted. After that, armed forces would quickly set up security bases. I will draw the locations of these bases for you tomorrow. His words implied that he could leave the room. Dong Lijia stared at her blankly for 2 seconds. It wasn't until Lin Wenwen pointed in the direction of the door that he reacted. Then he still looked at her with a face full of disbelief. Lin Wenwen thought about it and said, "Anyway, I've already told you everything I need to say. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Just don't regret it then." After saying that, she didn't care about his reaction. After all, he needed some time to accept it. Anyone who suddenly heard such news would have the same reaction as Dong Lijia. The first one was that he wouldn't believe it. His second reaction was, "How is this possible?" My third reaction was, "Are you kidding me?" But from the looks of it, Lin Wenwen had just shown off his fighting skills and pulled out a gun out of thin air. Even if Dong Lijia didn't believe it, he had to take her words seriously. He stood up and headed for the door. After he left, Lin Wenwen locked himself in the room and took out Dong Xinxin's phone to surf the internet. He went to various online stores to place orders, such as rice, mineral water, all kinds of packaged food, fruits, clothes, shoes, and so on. Anyway, she had brought her space with her. She packed everything into her space. It could also be kept fresh in a vacuum, so its shelf life was naturally extended. Although it was Dong Xinxin's money, Lin Wenwen did not feel guilty at all. Who asked this fellow to come back on his own? Why did he drag her into it? Lin Wenwen didn't stop until several of Dong Xinxin's bank cards on the shopping platform were wiped out. But it wasn't enough. He hadn't bought enough things. However, there was no money left. Should he borrow some from Dong Lijia? Thinking of this, Lin Wenwen immediately stood up and ran out of the room. But when he walked out, he was dumbfounded. Holy shit! Where is that guy's room? There were corridors on both sides and doors on both sides. However, Lin Wenwen did not know which door Dong Lijia's room was. You want to search one by one? No, forget it. She wasn't looking. I believe that guy will come looking for me tomorrow morning. Lin Wenwen looked around and immediately retreated back into the room. If that guy came looking for her tomorrow, it meant that he believed her. In that case, Lin Wenwen could be considered to have completed the first task of helping Dong Xinxin. He just didn't know what she wanted him to do with her body next. She probably wouldn't be able to change back in a short period of time, so she had to get used to this fatty's body. Also, it was time to lose weight. He still had to train. Looking around, Dong Xinxin's room was also very big. There was a bathroom, a toilet, a balcony, a changing room, a shoe closet. The young miss of a rich family lived in a different environment. After silently visiting Miss Dong's room, Lin Wenwen took out a set of loose pajamas from the wardrobe and went into the bathroom. When Lin Qiao reached the top of the cliff, he smelled the surrounding scents and looked at the forest below the cliff. The naked eye was unable to see what was happening below, as there was a faint gray mist. Lin Qiao squinted her eyes and looked down. The gray mist directly turned into a deep purple color in her sight. She looked back at the 3 humans in the team. Duan Wan, Yan Huiguang, and Shui Mingjun were all zombies. Therefore, there was no possibility of them being poisoned by the miasma. You guys stay outside and wait, quietly observe the situation. Whatever happens has nothing to do with us, don't worry about it. Lin Qiao pointed Lin ran to Duan Wan's side and said to them. Then she took out 2 small bottles of blue liquid and handed them to Duan Wan. She said to Yan Huiguang and Shui Mingjun, you too, drink this. This medicine has no effect on you now, but after a month, it will make you lose your mind and enter a state of madness. So if I haven't come back after 15 days, you two go to Haiqing to find Wu Qingyue for the antidote. After she finished speaking, Yan Huiguang's eyes immediately sank. Shui Mingjun was also silent for a few seconds, but he quickly took the medicine from Duan Wan's hands and drank it without hesitation. Lin Chao smiled and paid attention to their reactions. When she saw Shui Mingjun drink it, Yan Huiguang's eyes immediately flashed. The corner of her mouth hooked up into a meaningful arc. After Shui Mingjun drank the medicine, he threw the bottle away and looked at Lin Chao before turning around and dashing into the nearby forest. His figure quickly disappeared in front of everyone. Although he disappeared, his breath was still nearby. Obviously, he didn't go far. After seeing Shui Mingjun disappear, Yan Huiguang stared at Lin Chao for 2 seconds and then poured the medicine in his hand into his mouth. A bitter, sour, and slightly disgusting taste spread in his mouth, and then he quickly swallowed it into his stomach. After seeing the two obediently drink the medicine, Lin Chao turned around in satisfaction. She led the other zombies and directly jumped down from the cliff, quickly falling into the poisonous forest below. Landing on the branches at the top of the tree, Lin Chao quickly drilled into the tree and then slid down the tree. When she reached the middle of the tree, she stopped. Then she jumped in the direction of the breath coming from the blue land, passing through the tall mutated trees. The mutated trees here were very tall, and the tree shape was twisted and lush. The sunlight under the trees was almost blocked, the light was very dim, and the forest was filled with a faint gray fog. It gave people a very dangerous and oppressive feeling. Roar, boom, bang. From time to time in front of her came the roar of wild beasts, the sound of trees falling, and the sound of rocks exploding and so on. The movement of the fight was not small. From time to time, the ground of the base would shake. Lin Chao, who directly swayed on the tree, could feel it. Mo, Yi Qingxian, and the other zombies scattered behind her, like flying monkeys shuttling through the forest. Roar, after a roar in front of her, a huge black shadow flew out. Then with a bang sound, it knocked down a thick mutated tree. The big brown bear immediately climbed up from the ground and roared at the big black wolf standing on the top of the tree. Then it spread its limbs and rushed over. Then it violently hit the tree that the black wolf was standing on, easily knocking down the mutated tree that needed 2 people to hug it. Wallalala, the sound of the wind and the sound of the huge tree falling spread again. Chapter 1135. When the giant bear hit the tree, the black wolf on the tree immediately jumped lightly. It calmly leaped onto another tree, and as soon as it stood on the tree, it immediately turned around and swung its claws at the giant bear, unleashing a barrage of concentrated icicles. Each crystal-clear icicle was as thick as a baby's arm, and its tip was very sharp and slender. In the blink of an eye, it shot towards the giant bear at high speed. Roar! At this time, the giant bear hit the top of the tree and did not have the time to turn around. However, when it sensed the icicles shooting at it from behind, it immediately turned around with unimaginable agility. Then, he stood up abruptly, opened his mouth and roared at the icicles that were rushing towards him. Then it spat out a huge flame from its mouth. Puff puff puff, after He Lang's cold awl was shot into the flame, it quickly broke into pieces. After the big brown bear spat out the flame, it quickly retreated. Then, its huge body suddenly hid in the forest behind it and disappeared. He Lang immediately looked around vigilantly because not only had the giant bear's figure disappeared, even its aura had been restrained. It was very good at concealing its aura, and when it was serious, it couldn't even sense a black wolf of the same level. On the other side, Lon Lu was anxiously paying attention to the situation of the rank 9 metahumans while defending against the dual attacks of Ho Guozhong and his partner's weapons. Bang! The rocket launcher once again flew towards the direction of the rank 9 metahuman. The level 9 arcanist who was in a frenzy was not without reaction, but his reaction was very extreme. Lan Lu was so tired that he couldn't stop them at all. Because he was a spiritual type. Although his ability was already at level 8 and his body was a little tougher than the average person, compared to the people present, he was very fragile. On one side were rockets, and on the other was the energy storm of a level 9 arcanist. Neither was something he could withstand. But even so, he still had to face the consequences of his serious injuries and charge forward. At the same time, he used a mental attack to attack Ho Guozhong's brain and then knocked his leader away. At the same time, he was repelled by the energy storm around his leader. In the end, both of them were sent flying, crashing into the surrounding trees and rocks. However, it also successfully avoided the range of Ho Guozhong's rocket. Boom! The rocket brushed past the two of them and directly hit a small hill on the opposite side. Cough, cough, cough. Lan Lu collapsed under a tree at the side. He clutched his chest and forced himself to get up. Although the impact of the collision did not cause much damage to him, his leader's energy left quite a few scars on his body. His clothes had been crushed into rags, but fortunately, the important parts were not torn. Ugh, pooh! Ho Guozhong's face turned green after being attacked by Lan Luhui. A vein suddenly popped out on his forehead. He suddenly exhaled, then closed his eyes, and his facial features twisted. His body went limp, and he collapsed. Old Ho! Wei Haichao, who was beside him, quickly caught him and pulled him away from the Blue Land's attack range. Fortunately, the distance between them was not close, and Ho Guozhong did not intend to fight with Lan Lu and the Black Wolf King. Roar! The Black Wolf King was searching for the aura of its old rival, the giant bear, when it suddenly sensed that other hunters dared to attack its prey. It immediately turned its head and roared angrily in Ho Guozhong's direction. Then, its figure flashed and disappeared from the original tree. After it disappeared, a huge shadow of a bear quietly appeared on a tree not far behind it, lying silently on the tree. The Black Wolf King suddenly left its original spot and changed its position. It was climbing up for a moment, but in the next second, it began to climb down silently. Originally, it wanted to sneak attack the Black Wolf King from behind, but the Black Wolf King was distracted by something else. Although it was very big, like a brown bear that was as big as an elephant, it probably weighed 1,000 pounds. However, its movement of climbing the tree was very agile, and the tree did not even shake. Of course, the tree it chose was also a huge mutated tree. After climbing to the bottom of the tree, the giant bear's figure began to become transparent. Then, it once again moved in the direction of the Black Wolf King. In a flash, the Black Wolf King rushed in front of Wei Haichao and Ho Guozhong, successfully blocking the two of them. Roar! It stood in front of the two of them, lowered its head, and stared angrily at Ho Guozhong, who was being supported by Wei Haichao. Baring its teeth, it suddenly raised a claw and waved it in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! A large number of sharp icicles shone with a refracted light and shot towards the two of them. Wei Haichao waved his hand and immediately mobilized the surrounding trees to quickly extend their branches and leaves in front of him to block the flying icicles. PFFF, 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 the sound of trees being broken rang out, but there were still a lot of icicles flying through the dense leaves. Once again, they chased after the two of them. The ice condensed by the attack of a level 8 mutated beast was harder than alloy steel. Therefore, apart from the level 8 mutant bear's flames that could block these icicles, Wei Haichao's level 7 wood element could not block them at all. Therefore, after the icicles released by the Black Wolf King broke through the obstructing branches, Wei Haichao only had time to drag Ho Guozhong to avoid them. The Black Wolf King watched Wei Haichao run further and further away, and did not continue to pursue. Instead, it looked at the crazy level 9 ability user, and then its figure flashed and once again turned into a black shadow that even the naked eye could not see and pounced forward. Because at this time, the energy storm around the level 9 ability user suddenly decreased in power. This was a very good loophole to attack. Feeling that his leader was in danger again, Lon Lu hurriedly searched for traces of the Black Wolf King, and then released a mental attack. Roar! The Black Wolf King, who had just pounced in front of the level 9 ability user, suddenly felt a sharp pain in its head. After a painful roar, it fell from mid-air, somewhat unsteadily landing on the ground. And just as it fell to the ground, it stood unsteadily and shook its head. Suddenly, a huge shadow of a bear pounced from behind, opening its two huge bear claws to grab the back of the Black Wolf King. The Black Wolf King was shocked, and immediately rolled on the ground, narrowly avoiding the attack of the giant bear. Then it stood up and roared at the giant bear, and then angrily pounced forward. Roar, roar! The giant bear also roared without fear, and unyieldingly charged forward. Whew! The two mutant beasts suddenly used the most primitive method of attack. You flash your claws, I flash my claws, you scratch me, you bite me, I bite you. Then the two giant beasts pounced into a ball and bit each other. At this time, Lon Lu immediately took advantage of the chaos to get close to his leader, who was still hitting the rocks, ready to knock him out when the energy around him was not so violent, and then drag him away. Chapter 1136. When Lin Qiao arrived in stealth mode, he saw two level 8 mutant beasts rolling around, biting and clawing at each other. Another level 9 mutant was trying to sneak up on the level 9 mutant, Lon Lu. After she looked at the scene in front of her, she immediately flashed towards the level 9 Arcanist. Then she ignored the energy storm around the level 9 Arcanist, which was much weaker and did not cause much damage to her. She raised her hand and slashed at the back of the Arcanist's neck. The level 9 Arcanist's body trembled, and then the aura around him suddenly dissipated and disappeared. Lon Lu, who had just gotten close, was stunned. Then he saw his leader's energy suddenly dissipate, and then he slumped to the ground. Lin Qiao stood next to him and looked at Lon Lu's sorry figure from head to toe and smiled. Yo, not bad. Lon Lu, the appearance of Lin Qiao and the disappearance of the level 9 Arcanist's aura caused the Black Wolf King, who was fighting with the giant bear, to stop. Then it turned its head to look at Lin Qiao. Roar! His prey had been snatched away by someone else. Therefore, the Black Wolf King immediately roared and instantly abandoned the giant bear that was fighting. It rushed towards Lin Qiao in a flash. As soon as it turned around, the giant bear behind it immediately opened its mouth and spat a fireball at it. The fireball quickly and accurately hit the Black Wolf King's buttocks. Awoo! The Black Wolf King howled in pain as its body flew diagonally and hit a tree trunk on the side. There was also a ball of fire on its long tail. This made the Black Wolf King anxious. It turned its head and spat a mouthful of ice mist at its tail. From beginning to end, the giant bear's target was only the Black Wolf King, and it did not seem to care about the level 9 Arcanist at all. It was clearly staring at the Black Wolf King, and as soon as there was an opportunity, it would attack. However, while the Black Wolf King was dealing with it, its mind was more on the level 9 Arcanist. As long as it could get the energy core of this level 9 prey and break through to the level 9 stage, it would no longer be afraid of this bastard giant bear. The flame on the giant bear's tail was immediately condensed into an ice flame by the giant bear's ice mist, and then it shattered with a flick of its wrist. At the same time, a piece of fur from the wolf's tail was also broken. The black wolf instantly felt the coolness behind its butt. It turned its head and roared at the giant bear in anger. Roar, however, it only roared twice and did not pounce on the giant bear. In the next second, he suddenly turned around and pounced in the direction of Lin Qiao and the others. Lon Lu had already walked to his leader's side. When he saw Lin Qiao appear, he heaved a sigh of relief. After hearing Lin Qiao's words, before he could answer, he saw the black wolf rushing over again. However, before the black wolf could reach him, its tail was burned by the bear again. Seeing Black Wolf pouncing on them again, Lon Lu grabbed his leader's arm and pulled him up. Then, he glanced at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao glanced at him and waved a black wall of fire at the Black Wolf. Roar! The Black Wolf King let out a startled howl when it saw the black wall of fire that was about to crash into it. He twisted his body in mid-air, but he didn't have any foothold, so he couldn't avoid his forward momentum. Just like that, it crashed into Lin Qiao's black wall of fire. Then, another howl was heard. Roar! After passing through the black wall of fire, the black wolf landed on the ground. Its whole body was covered in a layer of ice, but there was a strange black flame on the surface of the ice. The giant wolf immediately rolled on the ground, hoping to extinguish the black flame on its body. Although the energy in the black wall of fire wasn't much higher than its own, the aura of this energy was able to devour its own energy. Seeing the giant wolf rolling on the ground, the giant bear on the other side thought for a moment and decided to pounce on it. Suddenly, a burst of flames wrapped around its body, and then it waved its sharp claws at the black wolf. The black wolf couldn't react in time and dodged a little too late. As a result, it was scratched by the giant bear's claws, and a large part of the ice shield on its body was immediately shattered. At this time, Lin Qiao's black flame immediately spread toward the few scratches. At the same time, the giant bear's claws were also infected by Lin Qiao's black flame. The black flame on the fur of the two mutated beasts quickly devoured their energy and burned bigger and bigger. Roar! The giant bear was also very afraid of the energy in Lin Qiao's black flame, but it saw that the black wolf had finally weakened and revealed an opening. If it didn't seize the opportunity to attack now, it might not have the chance in the future. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, it decided to continue attacking the black wolf. But it didn't expect that although the attack was successful, the strange black flame on the other party's body would spread to its claws. The giant bear was startled by the black flame on its paw, and then it immediately stood on the spot and jumped around, constantly swinging its paw. Bang, 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 a giant bear the size of an elephant jumping around. What kind of scene was this? Clumsy and stupid could only be described as. Roar, roar, the giant bear swung its paw while roaring in panic. On the other side, the black wolf continued to roll on the ground. The black flame that spread through the wound not only devoured the black wolf's energy, but also melted its flesh. The pain caused Black Wolf to howl in pain. He kept releasing his ice attribute energy to block the wound. They seem to be very afraid of your fire. Lon Lu carried his leader to Lin Qiao's side, and looked at the two level 8 mutated beasts that were very powerful just now in a panic. He didn't expect the female zombie's ability to be so effective. Wasn't she a poisonous mist type before? Why did she suddenly become a poisonous fire type? Lon Lu could even feel a strange sense of danger from her black flames. His instincts told him that it was best not to get close. Lin Qiao said, "My ability has a special effect on mutated beasts and zombies." Saying that, she looked in one direction and sensed Wei Haiqiao and Hou Guozhong's aura from afar. She slightly frowned and said, "You didn't get rid of those two mice." Lon Lu turned his head to look. His originally elegant and handsome face was now a bit embarrassed, but his eyes were still very sharp. He said, "They are very cautious, and they are hiding quite far away. But that Hou Guozhong was hit by me once, so he probably won't be able to recover so quickly." Lin Qiao nodded, and looked in the direction of the two people's aura. No wonder they have been distancing themselves from here. Lon Lu glanced in the direction she was looking at, and said, "Maybe they felt that your appearance made them feel that it was impossible to succeed. That's why they are planning to retreat." Lin Qiao shook her head, "I don't think so." Although they were a few kilometers away, Lin Xiao could still vaguely sense the other party's thoughts. The other party didn't intend to give up, as if they were still waiting for an opportunity. Chapter 1137. Maybe it was because of the poisonous fog in the miasma forest, but Lin Xiao's sense of smell had decreased a little. Fortunately, he could still sense auras in a large range from afar. Roar, Black Wolf, who was probably suffering from Lin Xiao's black fire, suddenly roared fiercely. Then, it suddenly released a wave of powerful energy ice from its head, spreading from the inside out. It was as if it was covered in a layer of crystal, and its originally soft fur was frozen. It forcibly froze Lin Xiao's flames. Then, the ice all over his body suddenly cracked and fell. Then, it turned from a black, long-haired wolf king to a wolf with no fur all over its body. Then, it suddenly turned around and fiercely pounced towards the giant bear that was jumping and waving its arms. It opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of ice mist. The ice mist quickly spread from its mouth, and in the blink of an eye, it had spread to a range of 100 meters. The giant bear happened to be within its attack range, and the surrounding vegetation and trees were frozen into ice sculptures. Even the top of the trees that were more than 100 meters tall quickly became ice white. The surrounding cold air also spread out, and many small animals and countless mutant insects that survived in the forest were frozen in the ice. The giant brown bear that was jumping around suddenly had a layer of ice all over its body. Then, its movements were frozen, and its whole body was frozen in a strange position. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Black Wolf saw that the giant bear was frozen, and immediately pounced, waving its claws and biting towards the giant bear. At the same time, it also swung a large number of sharp ice awls at the giant bear. If this guy had not suddenly run out and obstructed its attack, it would have been able to kill the half-crippled level 9 guy. It would have been able to kill the half-crippled level 9 guy a long time ago. And it wouldn't have waited until a new enemy that was stronger than itself appeared. So, when Black Wolf saw that the level 9 metahuman was already protected by Lan Lu and Lin Xiao, 2 level 8 enemies, it immediately understood that its hunt had failed. If it rushed up again, it would not be able to find a chance to kill the level 9 guy. Instead, it might be suppressed by the 2 level 8 enemies with strange attacks. At that time, he might become someone else's prey. So when He Lang gave up on the rank 9 Arcanist in his heart, at the same time, he became angry at Giant Bear who had brought him a lot of trouble just now. However, it did not intend to fight the giant bear to the death. After the bear was frozen, it only lasted for a few seconds. Then, he reacted quickly and instinctively used his special ability to dissolve He Lang's ice attack. Bang! The fire energy directly exploded from its body, directly blasting the layer of ice that was sealing it. An ultra-high temperature and boiling fire energy exploded like a bomb, directly blasting a large pit with a diameter of tens of meters around it. The trees and rocks were all blown away. At the same time, the large number of icicles that He Lang had thrown over were also blown back. Waves of heat quickly spread out and quickly covered the surrounding cold air, blowing up the freezing scene created by He Lang just now. When the giant bear's fire ability exploded, Lin Xiao had already retreated from the range of the disaster. Looking at the charred land in front of him, there was a huge pit in the middle. In the blink of an eye, her expression changed. Because she felt that He Lang's aura had suddenly run a little far away from her. She did not know when he had run away. Maybe he had taken advantage of the moment when Giant Bear exploded and escaped along with its energy impact. This wolf was still very cautious. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately thought of a way to escape first. And before he left, he also used an old enemy, Giant Bear, to divert the attention of other enemies. One ran away, but there was still one left. No matter, she would first get rid of this one. In any case, it was a giant bear, and it was quite fat. In addition to the beast core, she could also cut it into pieces and soak it in the spatial lake as rations for her zombie army. Lan Lu's reaction was a little slower than Lin Qiao's, and he was carrying a tall man who had fainted. But he also successfully avoided the situation of being hit by the high-temperature flames and quickly flashed to the other side. As soon as he stopped, he saw Lin Qiao suddenly rush towards the giant bear. The giant bear had just released all of its energy, and its whole body was so smooth that it wanted to shake its fur. Suddenly, a kind of wild beast instinct flashed in its heart. It quickly turned its head, and its two round eyes stared in Lin Qiao's direction. Lin Qiao rushed in front of it and jumped up. Then, he waved his claws at the giant bear from above. At the same time, he made a huge black fireball and threw it at the giant bear. Roar dash, seeing that Lin Qiao was actually waving his claws at it through the air, the giant bear was a little confused at first. Until the next second, it heard something breaking through the air, and a very sharp aura quickly approached it. Relying on its rough skin and thick flesh, the giant bear raised its two front claws and blocked its head. Puff puff dash, but soon, it felt a burst of pain on its two front limbs, as if something had cut into its flesh. Roar dash, the giant bear's face was already distorted, and it howled in pain. It immediately shrank back and bent down on all fours. However, at this moment, a black fireball as big as its body came smashing at it. A level 8 mutated beast was much more durable than a level 7. The claws that Lin Qiao waved just now could directly cut down a tall building. However, on the giant bear's body, it could only cut off a little bit of its flesh, and the wound was not very deep. Fortunately, Lin Qiao's flame ability smashed onto the giant bear's body. Then, Lin Qiao landed on the empty ground next to him. He raised his hand and controlled his fireball to hit the giant bear's body. Then, the fireball suddenly opened and wrapped around the giant bear. Roar dash, the giant bear, whose whole body was wrapped in Lin Qiao's black flame, felt an even stronger sense of crisis. It immediately struggled and began to run. At the same time, a layer of fiery red energy overflowed from its body, trying to push Lin Qiao's flame away like Black Wolf's ice ability. However, the result was different from before. When its fire elemental energy suddenly surged out of its body, the black flame wrapped around its body suddenly swelled up like a huge black ball. The black flame was not pushed away from its body. Instead, after it expanded, it quickly assimilated and absorbed the giant bear's energy into hostile energy. So the result was that when the giant bear ran around aimlessly, the black flame on its body burned bigger and bigger. Roar, bang boom dash, because the giant bear's line of sight was blocked, it quickly roared and ran out of the empty space it had just blasted open and hit the tree at the edge. The huge tree was easily knocked over by it, and it bounced to the ground and rolled a few times. Then, it struggled on the ground and roared angrily and anxiously. Roar dash. Chapter 1138. The trees that were knocked down by the bear were also burned by the black flames on its body. Under the black flames, the leaves on the trees and the grass and shrubs on the ground quickly disappeared. The sand and stones on the ground were not spared as they were also melted. Lin Qiao used one hand to control the special ability flames on the bear's body, while his other hand began to pick up the other black flames around him and threw them back onto the bear's body. Roar, the bear was in a sorry state from Lin Qiao's hellfire's adhesion and devouring attributes. It rolled on the ground a few times and found that it was still unable to get rid of the hellfire on its body. It immediately stood up and roared angrily at the sky. Then the fire energy on its body that was originally used to resist Lin Qiao's hellfire suddenly shrunk and exploded in the next second. Bang! the fiery red energy exploded like a bomb, and the impact violently swept out in all directions. The explosion blasted a huge crater in the forest that was already in a mess. This time the pit was several times larger than the previous one, and the surrounding forest was once again blown up into pieces. The abilities released by the bear and the black wolf, as well as the ability released by Lin Qiao at the end, and then the two pits created by the bear, had been blown up. The miasma in the area had been swept away, and the top of the dense forest had also been blasted open. Lin Qiao's hand that was controlling the hellfire trembled, as though it was shaken back. The black hellfire wrapped around the bear's body was completely blown up this time. The bear turned into a flaming bear, its whole body burning with intense red flames as it suddenly roared in Lin Qiao's direction. Roar! Lin Qiao raised his eyebrows. Although this giant bear was also at the 8th level, although this bear was also a level 8 mutant, it felt like it was still weaker than the mutant eyeless gorilla underground. Although it had fire abilities, but even if it was weaker than De Zhuang, its strength was not bad. If Lin Qiao did not evolve her strength to level 8 before she set off this time, she would probably have to take a detour when facing this level 8 mutant beast. She watched as it angrily rushed towards her, looking as though it wanted to tear her into pieces and eat her. Lin Qiao's figure flashed and disappeared. On the other side, Lan Lu looked at her disappearing figure and sighed silently in his heart. This woman was like a cheat. Not long ago, her aura gave people the feeling that she was only at level 7, but now, she had already entered the state of level 8. The pressure from his aura was already stronger than his, but if they were to fight, he would probably be the one being abused. He was not a human metahuman, but a zombie. The aura of a rank 8 zombie emperor was much stronger than a rank 8 metahuman. Of course, his strength was also a notch higher. If a metahuman of the same level fought against a zombie, the zombie would be able to beat the metahuman to a pulp. Lin Qiao's sudden disappearance caused the huge fire bear to pause for 2 seconds when it reached her position. Roar, woo! It stood there and looked left and right, only to find that its target had suddenly disappeared. It became even angrier. It raised its head and roared again. Roar! At this time, Lin Qiao sneaked up to a position more than 10 meters behind the fire bear and felt a steady stream of heat coming from the fire bear. Lin Qiao's current zombie physique was very strange. She was most afraid of heat. Once she encountered high temperature, her whole body would not be able to stand it, and her whole brain would feel like it was burning. It was clearly a dead physique, but it was still so afraid of heat, but it was also not afraid of cold. She did not know what was going on, maybe it was a side effect of being modified by the space lake. Although she was very afraid of heat, when it came to carrying out an operation. Of course, Lin Qiao would not retreat or be affected by it. So when she sneaked up to the back of the fire bear, she continued to show her sharp claws. She quickly approached the back of the fire bear against the high temperature. When she was about 8 or 9 meters away, she suddenly jumped up and then landed on the back of the fire bear's neck. Waving her claws, she suddenly appeared. Her claws were also ignited with a black flame, and she stabbed towards the back of the fire bear's neck fiercely and accurately. Roar! Suddenly feeling an instinctive chill on its back, the fire bear was shocked and immediately turned around. But before it could turn halfway, it suddenly felt a huge pain on the side of its neck. A whoop! The tragic howl of the fire bear once again resounded through the forest for a radius of 10 miles. Wei Haichao carried the unconscious Ho Guozhong and fled into the distance while paying attention to the movements on the battlefield just now. He heard the howl of the fire bear from time to time. He also felt a new and powerful aura, which shocked him. This aura was not inferior to the Blue Land's aura at all, indicating that it was another level 8 arcanist. But this aura was a little familiar yet strange. Although he could not remember who it was certainly not the aura of his leader or Wu Qingyue. Could it be that there was now another level 8 ability user in each of the major bases? But thinking about the level 7 arcanists in the major bases, who could possibly suddenly advance to level 8? At this time, Lin Kuei and the other 3 on the cliff not far from here quietly hid their existence. Not long after, a few more auras came from afar. One of them was very powerful, completely suppressing the 2 level 7 arcanists, Lin Kuei and Yan Huiguang. They were very clear that the strongest one was a level 8 arcanist, and he was also an arcanist. This was what Lin Kuei knew, and he immediately flashed to Duanwan's side. Someone is coming, a level 8 arcanist. After arriving at Duanwan's position, he pointed in the direction of the aura. Duanwan was stunned and asked, a level 8 arcanist. Leader Wu. No, Leader Wu shouldn't be here at this time. Could it be Sikong Qin? Lin Kuei said directly, it's not Wu Qingyue. He knew Wu Qingyue's aura and smell, but the other's aura. He was somewhat familiar, but he was sure that it was not Wu Qingyue. You're right, it's Sikong Qin. He still remembered Sikong Chen's smell. Duanwan's expression sank. Why is he here? Could it be that he is worried about the ability of his subordinates, so he came to do it himself? Thinking about it this way, it made sense. Under the protection of Lan Lu, a level 8 spirit arcanist, it would be difficult to take the level 9 arcanist's energy core without an opponent of the same level. Lin Kuei nodded and took off his shirt next to Duanwan. Then black fur began to grow all over his body, and his face quickly twisted and changed into a round and short face of a big black panther. A strong and sturdy big black panther appeared next to Duanwan, and then quickly left Duanwan's side, leaping silently in the direction of Yan Huiguang. Only in this state could Lin Kuei's aura be more effectively hidden. At this time, Duanwan immediately retreated in the direction of the navy. Before Lin Qiao went down, he told them to wait and see if there was any situation that did not involve them directly. So now that Sikong Qin was here, they could only immediately leave this place, lest the other party discover their auras first. Chapter 1139. More than 10 kilometers away from the cliff, a figure flew past at a low altitude at a high speed. Not far behind him were a few other figures. The tall figure in the lead quickly flew to the top of the cliff and looked at the traces of fighting around the cliff. Finally, he shifted his gaze to the bottom of the cliff. He narrowed his eyes and sensed the changes in the aura in the poisonous forest below. The energy fluctuations of the fight were too obvious. Among the several energy fluctuations, only the energy fluctuations of the level 9 arcanist were missing. There were 2 rank 8 arcanist human auras and 2 rank 8 mutant beast auras. One of them seemed to be running away, and its aura was a little far away from the battlefield. There was also the familiar aura of Wei Haichao, but Ho Guizhong was nowhere to be seen. Sikong Qin frowned, his calm eyes revealing a puzzled look, his tough face expressionless as he looked down the cliff into the distance. In addition to the energy aura of an arcanist disappearing after death, the aura of an unconscious arcanist would also disappear. For a rank 8 ability user like Sikong Qin, he would only be able to sense the faint aura of an unconscious person when he was within 100 meters of them. That was why Sikong Qin sent Wei Haichao and Ho Guizhong to act together. Now, he could only sense Wei Haichao's aura, but not Ho Guizhong's. That could only mean that Ho Guizhong was either dead or in a coma. Putting Ho Guizhong aside, what about the rank 9 arcanist? Was he dead or unconscious? Now, the aura fluctuations from below told him that a rank 8 arcanist was fighting with a rank 8 mutant beast. The aura of this rank 8 arcanist was a little familiar yet strange, but Sikong Qin could not remember who he was. Lan Lu's aura was very calm, and he did not seem to be involved in the fight. Then who was the level 8 arcanist in the fight? This aura was also a little familiar, and he should have seen the other party before. But who was it? If the other party was a rank 8 arcanist when he first saw him, then he would definitely pay more attention, and not be unable to remember who he was now. If the other party was a rank 7 arcanist before, then he would not have cared, but now, which rank 7 arcanist in the country had advanced? There were not many rank 7 arcanists in the major bases, but that did not include those hidden. Since it felt familiar, he must have seen it before. Sikong-Chen frowned as he tried to figure out who this aura belonged to. Was it someone from the 3 bases? After all, apart from Li Xingye, the other rank 7 metahumans were either dead or missing, but Sikong-Chen recognized their auras. It wasn't from the northeast or the north, so it could only be from East China. Apart from the 2 level 7 leaders of Ocean City, there was only that woman from Universal Base. Thinking of the female leader of the Universal Base, Sikong-Chen immediately recognized the aura of the level 8 metahuman fighting the mutant beasts. It was the female leader who came with Wu Qingyue during the previous zombie wave outbreak in China. Boom, bang, roar. From time to time, explosions and tremors could be heard, as well as the roars of wild beasts. There were even some billowing black smoke rising from the other side. Sikong-Chen was very familiar with the aura of that mutant beast. It was the same fire attribute as him. Since it was also a fire element, it should belong to him. Everyone who saw it had a share. That woman was not a fire element, she wouldn't be of much use anyway. However, since she was willing to help him weaken the level 8 mutant beast, then he would let her fight it first. In any case, a level 8 metahuman against a level 8 mutant beast would not have a high chance of winning. If he could not get the level 9 energy core, obtaining the level 8 fire beast core was not bad either. However, there was still the blue land that he needed to pay attention to. After sensing this fire-type mutant beast, Sikong-Chen had already made it his second target. Just as he was standing at the top of the cliff and analyzing the situation by following the aura in the distance, a few figures landed beside him. A level 7 metahuman and 4 level 6 metahumans. These 5 people rarely appeared in public in China. Other than Sikong-Chen, not many people knew of their existence and strength. Didn't you say that there was only one level 8 metahuman? Why is there another one? The level 7 metahuman was a woman. After landing beside Sikong-Chen, she looked at the direction of the energy fluctuations coming from below the cliff and asked. This woman had a very delicate and charming face. There was no makeup on her face, but her eyes were charming and alluring. Sexy lips, a straight nose, and exquisite facial features were unforgettable. Her long hair was slightly curled behind her, and she wore a beret on her head. She wore a black military uniform with a corset on her upper body, revealing her slender waist. On her lower body, she wore short hot pants that just wrapped around her buttocks and a pair of black knee-high boots. Her snow-white, smooth, and long legs were exposed to the air. Her legs were long and straight. The upper half of her body was ascetic, but the lower half was seductive. When put together, it was a seductive beauty with extreme temptation. With a height of nearly 1.8 meters, coupled with a sharp aura, her presence and aura had completely suppressed her own strength. She stood beside Sikong-Chen, but when she spoke to him, she did not have the slightest bit of respect. Sikong-Chen did not mind, as if he was used to her tone. You may have heard of the female leader of the Universal Base. Oh. It's her. TSK, let me see what this beautiful leader who suddenly appeared looks like. When she heard Sikong-Chen say that it was the female leader of the Universal Base, the woman's alluring eyes immediately lit up, and a sharp light flashed in them. At the same time, an imposing aura immediately rose from her body. Sikong-Chen glanced at her indifferently and said, "This woman is not as simple as you think. And she has already broken through to level 8 so quickly. You should be careful." The woman's plump lips curled up, and she raised her hand to wipe the bangs that fell on her forehead. She raised a captivating smile and said, "It's only interesting not to be simple, isn't it? If it's too simple, wouldn't it be boring?" Seeing her say so, Sikong Chen sighed and did not say anything more. Instead, he ordered, "In that case, I'll go find a level 9 metahuman later. You go and help me snatch that level 8 fire-type beast core." The smile on the woman's face turned into a light breeze and said, "No problem, don't worry. I'd like to see how capable this woman, who has been pursued by Wu Qingyue for so long, is." Hearing her words, except for Sikong Chen, the 4 metahumans behind him silently looked at each other. At the same time, a gloating light flashed in their eyes. Chapter 1140. While Lin Qiao was torturing the fire bear, he suddenly felt the aura of a level 8 arcanist coming from the direction of the cliff. After a while, there was an additional level 7 arcanist and 4 level 6 arcanists' auras. She kicked the giant bear into the air, then glanced in the direction of Sikong Chen's aura. In the next second, she suddenly disappeared and flashed into the air. She quickly stretched out her claws and slashed at the wound on the side of the giant bear's neck. Roar! The fire bear immediately fell to the ground after being slashed by her. Although it had suffered a lot of injuries, they were not fatal. What made it panic was Lin Qiao's hellfire that wrapped around it every chance she got. The giant bear's movements were also very agile, but it had no way of defending against Lin Qiao, who could turn invisible and appear and disappear unpredictably. It felt more and more wounds on its body, and the energy in its energy core was getting lesser and lesser. The fire bear gradually wanted to retreat, thinking that it had to find an opportunity to escape as soon as possible. However, it did not know that at this time, Lin Qiao had sensed Sikong Chen's aura. She immediately decided to deal with this fire bear as soon as possible. Even if she could not kill it, she had to throw it into her space and hide it first. But to throw it into her space, she had to touch the bear's body with her hands. And she could not do it through energy. She had to wait until the energy flames on the bear's body disappeared. Seeing that the flames on the fire bear had weakened a lot, Lin Qiao, who was still in the air, had a fierce look in her eyes. The white of her eyes quickly turned black. The aura around her body also began to change and become stronger. Her long hair was shaken by the energy fluctuations in her body and flew backwards, fluttering behind her. She stretched out her hands and spread her fingers, quickly releasing a large amount of black flames towards the giant bear. One after another, black flames rushed out of her hands and transformed into a fire dragon. Then, it bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced towards the fire bear at the speed of a gust of wind. Roar! In the blink of an eye, the fire bear was swallowed by the black fire dragon released by Lin Qiao and disappeared into the black fire dragon's mouth. The black fire dragon released by Lin Qiao was too fast. It was so fast that the bear did not even have time to react before it was swallowed. After controlling the black fire dragon to swallow the fire bear, Lin Qiao's hands immediately formed a ball in the air in front of him. Following the movements of her hands, the black fire dragon immediately shrank and melted into a ball. Then, it shrunk smaller and smaller, becoming more solid and heavy. The black fireball was no longer emitting flames. Instead, it slowly formed into a strange black ball that was constantly moving up and down on its surface. Lin Qiao quickly pressed her palms against each other. It was as if there was an invisible energy ball between her hands that she was forcefully squeezing. Roar, roar, roar! Under Lin Qiao's control, it turned into a huge black ball with a diameter of 10 meters. After all, it was a level 8 mutated beast. It was not so easy to kill it. Although Lin Qiao's special ability energy was very special and terrifying, Lin Qiao's ability energy was very special and terrifying. If not for her physique as a zombie emperor, she would not have been able to suppress this mutant bear. Therefore, in order to completely suppress this mutant bear as soon as possible, Lin Qiao was trying his best. While she was trying her best to suppress the mutant bear in the black ball, she was also paying attention to the direction of the cliff. When she felt that they were starting to move towards her, Lin Qiao's heart began to sink. At this moment, it was impossible for Lan Lu to abandon his leader and run over to help her stop Sikong Qin. He even had to be on guard against Sikong Qin attacking his leader. She felt that the giant bear in her black ball was struggling violently. It was really tough, and there was still a lot of energy in its body. Lin Qiao had a bad premonition. She frowned. She felt that the opponent was getting closer and closer. Even if she wanted to kill this giant bear, there was no time. She couldn't directly put it into her spatial ring. Then, she could only face Sikong Qin head-on. In any case, he definitely did not come with good intentions. She turned around and faced the direction that Sikong Qin was moving towards. She looked over there expressionlessly. Instead, she used one hand to suppress the black ball with all her strength. Then, she put her other finger in her mouth and whistled. In an instant, more than 10 figures appeared beside her. Lan Lu also brought his unconscious leader to her side. They come with bad intentions. I didn't think that Sikong Qin would think so highly of our leader. Lan Lu landed on the ground a few meters away from Lin Qiao. On his shoulder was a level 9 metahuman who was slightly taller than him, Dong Xiaowei. His face was the same as Lin Qiao's as he faced Sikong Qin. It should be said that your leader's level 9 energy core is too attractive. Not only are there humans, but there are also mutated beasts and even zombies. Lin Qiao's eyes flashed coldly. Zombies? Do you mean you guys? Lan Lu heard her last sentence and looked at her strangely. Then, he glanced at the zombies behind her. Lin Qiao said, "Why are you pretending to be stupid? I don't believe that you can't sense that there are others nearby besides the ones I have." Although calling Mo, Yiqingxian, Jing Yan and Yan Xiao to her side wouldn't be of much use against Sikong Qin, they could still block the level 6 humans behind Sikong Qin. Mo, Qingxian, Old 6, Xie Dong. The 4 of you take 2 people each and take care of the 4 weakest ones behind Sikong Qin. Lin Qiao calmly ordered. Yes. The 4 who were called immediately responded. Lan Lu looked around. Indeed, as Lin Qiao said, there was an aura of high-level zombies approaching from a few dozen kilometers away. It's coming. Lin Qiao suddenly said. Xiao dash, a sound pierced through the air. A metallic light shot towards Lin Qiao at a speed that the naked eye couldn't see clearly. Lin Qiao suddenly raised his hand and waved. Chong bang dash, the sound of metal colliding with each other was accompanied by a flash of sparks from Lin Qiao's movement. Bang chi. A long sword that looked like a tang sword stabbed into the ground at an angle. The sharp light on the blade flashed and the murderous aura was overflowing. If I'm not wrong, did you just block my sword with your bare hands? A woman's voice sounded. Her tone was filled with surprise and certainty. Lin Qiao turned his head and saw a woman wearing a black military uniform with long legs. He didn't know when she had appeared next to the sword. The woman's face looked very young, her figure was very good, and she was also very tall. Her facial features were charming, and she had a pair of naturally attractive eyes. She bent down slightly and reached out to grab the hilt of the long knife. With a slight tug, she picked up the knife. Then, she swung it over her shoulder and looked at Lin Qiao with an excited expression. Chapter 1141. Looking at the woman carrying a saber, Lin Qiao also sized her up expressionlessly. Then, she shifted her gaze to Sikong Qin, who had appeared beside her. So Chief C has such a beauty hidden by your side. You're really lucky. But why are the two of you here? Lin Qiao didn't answer the woman's question. Instead, she asked Sikong Chen with a smile. This woman already had the strength of a rank 7, but Lin Qiao had never received any information about her. It was obvious that Sikong Chen had hidden her very well, or rather, she had hidden herself very well. Sikong Chen glanced at Lan Lu and said, I heard that there's a rank 8 fire-type beast here. I came to see if I could pick it up. In this kind of situation, he would definitely not admit his previous purpose, and he would also put it nicely. What did he mean by picking it up? He actually wanted to steal it. Lin Qiao, of course, understood what he meant. She turned her head and looked at the fire-type bear that she was still suppressing. A woof, the black ball's giant bear was still roaring, but it couldn't break the black ball's restraint. Lin Qiao couldn't absorb all of its energy at once, but she could still suppress it with all her might. She turned her head and sneered at Sikong Chen. Looks like Chief C has to go somewhere further to see if there's anything to pick up. Currently, this fire-type bear is in my hands. I don't think Chief C will snatch it from me, right? Then, she stared at Sikong Chen with a flash of light in her eyes. Of course we won't snatch it. I don't think you can kill this bear by yourself. Why don't you give it to us? That way, it won't run away and no one will get it, the woman with the saber said with a seductive smile. She clearly didn't take Lin Qiao's behavior of ignoring her to heart. Lin Qiao looked at her with a smile on her face. He said, Miss, may I ask why I should give my prey to you? How do you know I can't kill it by myself? Don't worry, I can do it. Can you give me a reasonable reason to give it to you? Don't you have injured people here? Why don't you bring them back for treatment? Aren't you afraid of wasting time? Sikong Chen looked at Lan Lu before the woman could answer. Lan Lu shrugged and said, Chief C is right. Although he said so, he didn't take any action. As Lin Qiao's palm spoke, it kept increasing its control over the black ball. What other reason do you need? The law of nature, the law of the jungle. The prey would naturally belong to whoever had the ability. You said you have the ability to kill it, but why is it still alive? Since you can't do it, why don't you let me do it? The woman said again. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly put down the knife in her hand. In a flash, he rushed towards Lin Qiao and swung his long saber at her. Lin Qiao frowned, his other free hand suddenly waved at her. Black flames surged out from her hands again, and instantly turned into thousands of small fire snakes. They scattered and twisted as they surrounded the woman in a fan-shaped encirclement. The woman suddenly saw Lin Qiao shoot out countless small fire snakes, and her eyes were slightly startled. She thought that Lin Qiao was already using all his strength to control the level 8 fire bear, so he wouldn't have any spare energy to deal with her. Although her blade had been blocked by the other party with his bare hands, she still thought it was a coincidence. Now that she saw Lin Qiao shoot out so many black fire snakes to surround her, she immediately waved the knife in her hand and slashed at the fire snakes in front of her. Then, her figure flashed and suddenly disappeared into thin air. After she disappeared, Lin Qiao's eyebrows immediately twitched. In the next second, without any warning, she suddenly swung her free hand upwards and slapped above her head. Bang dash, the sound of metal colliding was heard. Suddenly, the knife that was coming down from Lin Qiao's head was slapped away by her in time. The long knife spun and flew out, but before it fell to the ground, it was immediately caught by someone in a flash. Lin Qiao was a level 8 zombie emperor, and she used one hand to deal with a level 7 metahuman. She wasn't worried at all, she was only wary of Sikong Chen. Moreover, this woman's knife attack seemed to be just a test, and she didn't use her full strength. Not bad, you do have some skills. After the woman caught the knife, she disappeared again and instantly appeared next to Sikong-chin. She nodded at Lin Qiao and said. Lin Qiao didn't respond to her words, but controlled the flames of the devouring bear to increase its power. Roar dash, the giant bear's voice became somewhat painful. At this time, the woman turned to Sikong-chin and asked, by the way, didn't you say that her ability was poison? How did it become fire now? Sikong-chin expressionlessly looked in the direction of Lin Qiao and Lan Lu, and replied, it might be a mutation. Hearing the giant bear's scream, he didn't seem worried at all. Although they were sure that they wanted to steal the bear, he didn't seem to care that Lin Qiao killed the bear. Lin Qiao saw that the other party didn't seem to want to fight, so she flashed and appeared above the giant bear's fireball. The woman looked at Lin Qiao and suddenly said with a smile, you are very beautiful. Lin Qiao calmly nodded to her, thank you. The woman continued to smile and said, my name is Xie Longyun, I know you. I heard that a year ago, you were just an ordinary person, and you relied on the protection of a man to survive. But it's only been a year, and you're already a level 8 arcanist. It's really amazing. When Xie Longyun said these words, her tone was very calm. It didn't seem like she was mocking the former Lu Tianyu, nor the current Lin Qiao. It was like a very ordinary sentence, without a trace of ambiguity. It didn't make people feel annoyed or have a bad feeling. But Lin Qiao felt the disdain in the depths of her mind, as well as the hidden sense of contempt. Lin Qiao's expression didn't change, and she still looked at her with a faint smile. He said to her, so. Xie Longyun propped the knife in her hand on the ground, touched the long hair behind her shoulder with her other hand, and said, no, I'm just curious. Don't you think this is something that ordinary people can't do? Think about it, it took some people 7 years to reach this level. As she said that, she glanced at Sikong-chin and Lan Lu meaningfully. When she said this, Sikong-chin and Lan Lu both looked at Lin Qiao. It was just that the meaning in their eyes was different. Sikong-chen's eyes were in agreement, but Lan Lu was somewhat unclear. She was a zombie with human memories. As long as her will was strong, leveling up generally wouldn't fail. Only when those ordinary zombies leveled up, their consciousness was too weak, so they would fail. Chapter 1142. Just as Lin Qiao and Sikong-chin were confronting each other in the northwest, the surface of Tai Lake in East China surged again. One after another, mutated beasts the size of water buffaloes, with horns on their heads, resembling both lizards and crocodiles, emerged from the water and swam towards the lake. The number of mutated beasts that emerged from the water grew more and more, appearing all around the lake. The huge lake covered an area of over 2,000 square kilometers, and its edge was connected to the borders of a few towns and cities. Nobody could see that the bottom of the lake was piled up with layers of mutated fish bones, and the entire water body could no longer feel the presence of a single living fish. These mutated beasts that resembled lizards crawled out from the water, and a large number of them swam out from the surrounding tributaries of the lake. Almost all the mutated fish in the river that they passed through were hunted clean, and even the animals within 10 meters of the river bank were eaten. As long as they dared to approach, they would be silently bitten to death. The thick and sturdy limbs of these lizards were very agile, and their bodies were also soft and agile. Furthermore, they did not emit any presence. Therefore, the other mutated beasts could not feel the threat of these things in the water at all. They had 4 rows of sharp teeth in their mouths, 2 rows on the top and 2 rows on the bottom. The ghastly appearance of these mutated beasts clearly showed what kind of prey they could chew, and once bitten, it would be impossible to escape. Following the appearance of these underwater mutated beasts, many ugly insects with cracked skin and small flames started to crawl out of the volcanoes in the northeast and North China. These insects were huge, and there were scorpions the size of wash basins, and there were also giant spiders with legs that were 2 meters long. There were even large ants. These huge insects all carried a strong fire attribute, which could be seen from the cracks on their shells and the undying flames on their bodies. Scorpions only had one color, they were all black, and there were red cracks on their hard shells. As for spiders, there were many colors, such as red, purple, green, black, gray, and so on. They crawled out of the volcanoes in dense groups, and started to spread out in all directions. Ants also only had one color, a transparent fiery red. The larger ones were 2 meters long, and the smaller ones were only 1 meter long. They dragged 2 fat bellies, and there was a layer of flashing red fur on their bellies. These 3 types of giant insects were different from the normal insects on the ground. Other scorpions only had 1 pair of pincers, but it had 3. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, it brandished its 6 pincers and charged forward. The spiders on the ground all had 8 legs, but there were only 6 here. Because the 2 in front had already turned into giant pincers like scorpions. The spider with a pair of giant pincers ran faster than the wind with its 6 2-meter-long legs. As for the ant army, there were only 2 of them lined up side by side, and they all looked exactly the same. Its stomach was still glowing red, and with its shiny red fur, it looked like a pair of red, vertical eyes in the night. Apart from Lake Tai, northeast China, and North China, which had strange beasts crawling onto the ground, the other places were showing different degrees of abnormalities. The only similarity was that these things crawled out from the ground. There were enormous earthworms, as well as 4-eyed canine-type beasts that looked like wolves and were bald from head to toe. They came in all shapes and sizes. At this time, not far from the base, De Zhuang, who was sleeping soundly in the cave, suddenly raised its head. He twitched his nose, got up suddenly, and immediately crawled out of his cave. Then, it stood at the entrance of its cave and sniffed around for a while before suddenly roaring. Roar, after roaring, it immediately broke into a run, but it was running outside. It roared as it ran, and the roar came from the underground tunnel. Roar roar roar, roar roar roar. When the other underground gorillas heard its roar, they immediately began to run out. They all ran toward the tunnel on the ground. Even though it was daytime, they had no intention of stopping. Roar roar roar, then, there was a slight tremor and the roar of beasts coming from underground. Not long after, Elmar, who was in charge of paying attention to them on the ground, moved her ears. She turned her head to look at the hole that Lin Xiao had told her about and listened carefully. Ha! Why does it sound like those things are coming out? She sniffed and then looked up at the sky. Is it because there is no sunlight today? The weather was gloomy today, and a thick layer of clouds blocked the sunlight. Even though Elmar had such thoughts in her heart, she still dashed towards the entrance of the cave. When she arrived, a familiar earthy smell assailed her nostrils. Elmar immediately covered her nose and her expression darkened. They are really coming out. After all, if those guys came out, it meant that it was definitely not peaceful. At this time, the underground gorillas had already rushed to the cave entrance. Due to their leader's orders, they could only run to one of the caves. They didn't know why they didn't go to the other caves. However, these underground gorillas wouldn't guess their leader's intentions. Anyway, their leader's orders were orders, and they had to obey. But when they reached the cave entrance and saw the light shining in from outside, they immediately became terrified. They piled up under the shadow of the cave entrance, and no one was willing to take a step forward. Roar roar, even though there was no sunlight outside, the light still felt threatening. De Zhuang was stuck in the middle and couldn't move up or down. He immediately roared angrily and urged them. Roar roar roar, hence, the group of gorillas at the outermost entrance could only tremble for a while before rushing out of the cave. Then, they screamed and instinctively looked for cover. For example, the trees and buildings around the cave entrance. When the sunlight shone on their bodies, the effect wasn't as obvious as the sunlight. However, the underground gorillas immediately screamed, indicating that they were not unharmed. Elmar stood on the roof of a nearby building and watched as the underground gorillas risked their lives to rush out in broad daylight. She didn't know what was going on. Roar, roar, roar. After the underground gorillas ran out of the cave, the area was immediately filled with the undulating roars of beasts. A large number of underground gorillas hopped quickly to a place that they thought was safe, such as a dark place like a forest or a building. After a while, Elmar saw the big guy rushing out. Its reaction wasn't as big as the other low-level gorillas. It stood at the cave entrance and raised its head to sniff. Roar, roar. It lowered its head to look at its body before walking slowly into the surrounding forest. After watching for a while, Elmar realized that the high-level gorillas didn't have any reaction. It was the low-level gorillas that were howling like ghosts as though they were about to die. The big guys, as well as the level 5, 6, and 7 gorillas, were calmer. Chapter 1143. She stood on the roof and watched for a while. She found that after the gorillas ran out of the cave, they only hid in the nearby woods and buildings. Then they shivered and didn't move. Elmar scratched his head like a monk. She looked at them with a confused face. What's wrong with them? Why do they look like they were driven out of the ground? Did I see it wrong? At the edge of the forest, the big guy was lying down lazily in the shade, not going anywhere. What was in the cave that made them not sleep in the day and run out to hide? After observing for a while, Elmar retreated a certain distance and whistled. An old man appeared next to her and said with dissatisfaction, "Can you change the way to call people next time? You whistle every time. Am I a puppy?" Elmar glared at him angrily. "I didn't say anything. You were the one who said puppy." Gizergul reached out and smacked her on the head with a loud smack. "Ow, you smelly old man." Elmar immediately bared her teeth at old Gua and roared at him. "Little girl, you don't know how to respect the old." Old man Gua didn't care about her crazy look at all. Anyway, the little girl didn't release her level 7 zombie breath. Then he calmly turned to the entrance of the gorilla's cave. He sniffed and asked, "Don't they only move at night? Why are they out in the day?" Elmar's expression returned to normal. She shrugged and said, "I don't know what's going on. I've been out for a while. They just hid in the shadows around the entrance and didn't go anywhere. I thought there was something in the ground that chased them out." Old Gua looked around for a while and estimated the number of gorillas that ran to the ground. He said, "This number is probably all of them. What do you think drove them out?" Elmar shrugged, "I'm just guessing. But there's only the smell of gorillas in the cave, nothing else." Old Gua thought for a while and said, "How long do you think they are going to stay?" Elmar rolled her eyes. "How would I know? Let's take a look at the situation first before sending it back to the base. The leader isn't here anyway," Gizergua said as he stood with his back hunched. His tang suit was still clean and tidy, and his white hair was combed to the back of his head. If he hadn't rubbed Elmar's head, he would have looked like an old man. Pa, Elmar couldn't stand it anymore. She raised her hand and slapped his hand away from her head. She said discontentedly, "Can you stop rubbing my head? Is it fun? Are you an old man? I think you're a kid. He's even more childish than see." Old man Gua chuckled and sighed, "It's because I'm an old man that I want to touch your heads. They're like my grandchildren." In the universal base, Yuan Tianqing, Lin Feng, and the others were still frowning. They still had no clue as to why Lin Wenwen had disappeared. Wu Qingyue was cooking in Lin Qiao's kitchen while the two children were playing by themselves in the living room. Little Ting Ting climbed down from the sofa and climbed back to the sofa from under the carpet. He climbed from one end of the sofa to the other. Anyway, he couldn't stop. Little Ling Ling sat on the single sofa and quietly drew with a drawing board. She looked up at Little Ting Ting from time to time. Seeing that he wouldn't break himself, she silently lowered her head and continued to draw. Papa! Are you done? I'm hungry. After climbing from under the carpet to the sofa for the 20th time, Little Ting Ting finally stopped and shouted to the kitchen. It's almost done. Wait a minute. Wu Qingyue's voice came from the kitchen. Hearing Little Ting Ting shout, Wu Yueling raised her eyes and looked at Little Ting Ting. Then she thought about it and put down the drawing board. She ran to the refrigerator and took out a few strawberries. Then she returned to Little Ting Ting and handed them to him. Little Ting Ting took one and put it in his mouth. His teeth hadn't grown out yet. But the strawberry flesh was very soft. He could bite it with his gums and then he could suck the juice inside. Seeing that Little Ting Ting had eaten one, Wu Yueling also put one into her mouth and ate. After a while, Wu Qingyue came out with the dishes and placed them on the table. He said to the two children, "All right, come and eat." Wu Yueling stood up and picked up Little Ting Ting from the sofa. She walked towards the dining table. Little Ting Ting said, "Papa, you're getting slower and slower to cook." Wu Qingyue looked at him speechlessly. "It's obviously your appetite that's getting bigger and bigger. My timing is very accurate, okay? It's you who's hungry too quickly. What does it have to do with me?" Wu Yueling placed Little Ting Ting on his exclusive baby chair. Little Ting Ting said, "Because you won't let me eat my fill. I'm going to tell Mama." Wu Qingyue said to him with a smile, "Then tell me which meal I didn't give you." Little Ting Ting thought about it. It seemed that he had never eaten his fill. However, he was really hungry now. It seemed that his body was growing fast. "Where do you think your aunt went? He disappeared so suddenly. I don't know when he will come back." Wu Qingyue said with a sigh while serving him porridge. "Mama, if Auntie still doesn't come back when she comes back, I'll go to the hospital. Then Mama will have to worry again." Little Ting Ting also sighed, then picked up a small spoon and began to eat the porridge. "Your Mama probably won't be back so soon." Wu Qingyue put some food into Wu Yueling's bowl, and continued, "She still needs to collect a large number of energy nuclei, and capture high-level zombies to expand her army." Little Ting Ting looked at him doubtfully. "How do you know she will do this? Did Mama tell you before?" Wu Qingyue smiled and said, "No, she didn't. It's just my guess. I don't think her main purpose in going to the northwest is to join in the fun." Little Ting Ting nodded as if he understood. Oh, on the other side, Lin Qiao finally understood Xikong Chen's intention. This guy was waiting for her to finish off the giant bear before suddenly attacking and stealing the kill. That was a good idea. It was quite sinister. However, if he wanted to steal the kill from her, that would depend on whether he had the ability or not. However, this also helped Lin Qiao's hand move, allowing her to absorb a large amount of energy released by the bear. Roar roar dash, the giant bear's energy was constantly being devoured by the black flames in Lin Qiao's black ball. It felt a large amount of energy being lost, and the corroded wounds on its body were hurting. The feeling of weakness made it very panicked, but it couldn't escape from the fireball. No matter how the giant bear released the energy in its body or used its claws to scratch, it couldn't break the black flames. It could only roar loudly. Chapter 1144. Lin Qiao suddenly retracted the fireball under her feet and landed it on the bear's body. At this time, the bear's body no longer had any fire elemental energy. Lin Qiao had also burned several large holes in its fur, revealing pieces of flesh. Bang! The giant bear fell to the ground and was on the verge of death. Lin Qiao got down from its body and used her hand to retract it. Then, his figure flashed and he disappeared on the spot. She directly dodged the level 8 energy fireball that Sikongchen suddenly threw. Half a second later, she appeared on the other side of the ground. Boom dash, the fireball exploded at the place where she and the bear were just a moment ago. It's gone. You're also a space elemental. Xiao Longyun saw that Lin Qiao just touched the bear and it disappeared. She immediately widened her eyes in shock and stared at Lin Qiao with some disbelief. You guys said so much, aren't you waiting for me to help you reduce the monster's HP to its skin? Lin Qiao stood there calmly with one hand in her pocket and the other throwing a small black fireball the size of a fist. She looked at the woman and laughed mockingly. Now that the monster was directly retracted into her space, unless these two people could let her voluntarily release the prey. Otherwise, even killing her would be useless. Besides, she didn't know where these two people got their confidence from. From just a moment ago, they looked like they had really succeeded. Even if Lan Lu didn't help, she was still a level 8 zombie emperor. If they directly attacked, she would have to control the bear and deal with them at the same time. It would be really hard to say. She didn't expect that after these two people came, they would actually stand there and talk so much to her. Sikong Chen looked at the empty place where the bear was just a moment ago, and his expression instantly became gloomy. Then, he swept a glance at the blue land and let out a snort. Let's go. He didn't expect this woman to still have space, and even more so, he didn't expect her to be able to completely suppress the level 8 mutant bear. Just how strong was she? A level 8 mutant beast and its attack power can directly raise a small town to the ground. How can a level 8 human ability user suppress it? From the moment he arrived here and saw that the bear was completely suppressed by this woman, he had already seen the situation clearly. If Lan Lu didn't make a move and just watch the woman suppress the bear, she would definitely use up a large amount of energy. In the end, when the energy of both sides cancelled each other out, he would be able to take the opportunity to enter. He thought that the bear would be able to hold on for a long time, but he didn't expect the woman to finish it off so quickly. Since she had already put the prey into her space, Sikong Chen still had a chance to fight with her and force her to hand over the bear if she was the only one left. But with Lan Lu beside him, he didn't have the chance. Therefore, he made a prompt decision and turned around to leave. However, as soon as he turned around, a figure flashed in front of him and blocked his way. Lin Qiao still had one hand in his pocket and the other was playing with the fireball. However, he smiled and said, "You can come and go as you please. Leader C, it's not nice of you to leave like this. Since you're already here, why don't you pay the entrance fee? Don't go too far. Do you think you can make us pay the entrance fee?" Xiao Longyun looked at Lin Qiao disdainfully, pointed at her and scolded her. Lin Qiao didn't even look at her and just stared at Sikong Chen with a faint smile. Although there was a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, everyone could see the cold glint in her eyes. This Xiao Longyun looked down on Lu Tianyu from the bottom of her heart, so she had been mocking Lin Qiao from the bottom of her heart, trying to arouse Lin Qiao's negative emotions. If the person standing in front of her was the real Lu Tianyu, she might have a reaction. However, she wasn't Lu Tianyu, she was Lin Qiao. Therefore, she directly ignored this woman's sarcasm. This meant that she looked down on the other party even more than Xiao Longyun and was completely dismissive. Seeing that she ignored her like this, Xiao Longyun finally couldn't help but get angry. With a flick of her hand, she threw the long hair in her hand out. Then, the knife suddenly disintegrated in mid-air, turning into sharp blades that shot towards Lin Qiao. Lin Chao calmly flicked the fireball in her hand out. The fireball quickly expanded and turned into a huge round tiger head. The tiger's mouth opened wide and swallowed most of the flying knives that Xia Longyun shot. Come back. Just as Xia Longyun rushed out in a flash, Xikong Chen suddenly shouted. On Lin Chao's side, she suddenly shouted, do it. Then Xia Dong and the zombies that had been quietly guarding behind her immediately split up and rushed towards the few level 6 psychics that Xikong Chen brought. Xia Longyun saw that Lin Chao had used her ability to swallow her blades and immediately swung her hand. The remaining blades began to grow larger and longer, and then continued to break down into more sharp blades. She used her hands to control the attack trajectory of these blades and continued to shoot towards Lin Chao. In the eyes of ordinary people, the naked eye could no longer see the shadows of these blades that she was controlling. Only people at Lin Chao's level of strength could clearly see these blades. And in her eyes, the speed of these blades was very slow. Lin Chao's eyes flashed as she waved her hand again. The tiger head turned again, opened its mouth and circled around Lin Chao at a speed that was several times faster than the flying knives, swallowing all the flying knives that were shooting towards her. Then a black flying fire snake disappeared from Lin Chao's hand in a blink of an eye, and then quietly appeared behind Xia Longyun. Just as the black fire snake was about to attack Xia Longyun from the back of her head, suddenly a red fire snake jumped out from the side and rushed towards the black fire snake that Lin Chao released. Two different types of energy collided, and the two fire snakes of different colors twisted together and began to bite each other. Xia Longyun quickly turned around and dodged, her heart was shocked. If it wasn't for Xikong Chen's quick action, she would have been hit by the black fire snake behind her, and the consequences could be imagined. Xikong Chen appeared beside her in a flash, grabbed her arm and disappeared again. Lin Chao did not chase after them, but stood in the same place and quietly sensed the aura of Xikong Chen and the woman gradually getting further away. The 4 rank 6 metahumans that Xikong Chen brought were now facing the attacks of Mo, Xia Dong, and the others. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Seeing their leader leave without looking back, they knew that if they wanted to survive, they could only rely on their own abilities. After 2 minutes, Lin Chao flashed into the space to deal with the bear. The giant bear that was thrown into the space lost even more of its ability to resist under Lin Chao's complete control of the space. In less than a minute, Lin Chao had obtained its beast core. She then took its corpse out of the space and found a place to skin it. This fur is already rotten, why are you still skinning it? Lan Lu saw that Lin Chao was skinning the bear and thought that she wanted the skin. But Lin Chao calmly said, who said I want the skin? I want meat. Lan Lu asked in confusion, you want meat? What do you want the meat of a mutant beast for? It's not like you can eat it. Who said I can't? I want to use it as rations for the zombie army. Lin Chao said without turning her head. Lan Lu, she suddenly became speechless. Chapter 1145. After Xikong Chen left with Xia Longyun, he appeared at Wei Haichao's place. Leader. Wei Haichao greeted him when he saw Xikong Chen. His eyes lit up when he saw Xia Longyun beside him. He asked in surprise, this is Black Ops, Xia Longyun. Xikong Chen introduced him but didn't introduce Wei Haichao to Xia Longyun. She knew him anyway. Wei Haichao took another look at Xia Longyun and smiled at her. Xia Longyun nodded at him expressionlessly as a greeting. Didn't I tell you to be careful? Why are you so aggressive? Xikong Chen said to Xia Longyun disapprovingly. Xia Longyun replied coldly, am I? I was just testing her. Although she was a little upset just now. Xikong Chen looked at her expressionlessly and snorted, I think you're just jealous of her. You women are so troublesome. Xiao Longyun immediately raised her eyebrows and looked at him disdainfully. I'm jealous of her. Is she prettier than me? Are her legs as long as mine? Is her waist as thin as mine? Tisk. Sikong Chen looked at her quietly. But he doesn't look any worse than you, Wei Haichao suddenly muttered at the side at this time. Xiao Longyun and Sikong Chen looked at him at the same time. Wei Haichao immediately shut up and looked elsewhere. Sikong Chen also said, her waist is thinner than yours and her chest is bigger than yours. After saying that, he glanced at Xiao Longyun's chest. Xiao Longyun immediately exploded. She raised her hand and swung her hair. She said with her chest out, so what? Could it be that I am in an airport? Pfft. Is this the time to talk about this? You two perverts. You were the one who said it first. Sikong Chen and Wei Haichao muttered to themselves. Let's not talk about this first. What's wrong with your information? You didn't even know her ability. She's a fire poison type, okay? Who said she's a poison mist type? And she's a double type. You guys don't know either. Xiao Longyun interrupted them impatiently. She's a fire poison type, but what's with the double type? Wei Haichao asked curiously. She also has a space type. What was going on with Guizhong? Did you guys confront them head-on? Sikong Chen said as he looked at Ho Guizhong, who was lying on the old sofa. Wei Haichao turned his head to look at Ho Guizhong, and his face immediately sank. I didn't face him head-on, but I was attacked by Lan Lu. After being attacked by a level 8 psychic ability user, he only fainted instead of having a mental breakdown. He did not know whether this result was good or bad. In any case, both of them caused quite a bit of damage to the injured. Of course, there was a high chance that he would become an idiot when he woke up. When Sikong Chen heard that it was Lan Lu who attacked him, he immediately frowned. On the other side, after Lin Qiao finished peeling the bear's skin, he began to turn around and cut open the bear's stomach, digging out its heart, liver, intestines, and lungs. Lan Lu looked at the bloody scene, and then looked at the excited female zombie, and then looked to the side with a face that couldn't bear to look at it. By the way, weren't you going to stop him just now? Why did you let him go so easily? Next to Lin Qiao, there were 10 large buckets neatly placed, each filled with more than half of lake water. The dug-out liver was soaked in water, and the intestines were thrown to the side. If I don't let him go, do I have to fight him? Kill him? Lin Qiao calmly glanced at him while working. You can even kill a level 8 fire bear, he is just a level 8 fire ability user. It shouldn't be difficult for you to kill him, right? Lan Lu did not understand what she meant and asked. Thinking about her strength, Lan Lu felt a lot of pressure. The zombie emperor's strength was only at this level, even the lightning ability user Sikong Chen could not do anything to it. Lin Qiao shook her head and said, that's hard to say, Sikong Chen is much more cunning than the big stupid bear. Although I'm stronger than him now, I can't ignore the weapon he's carrying. It might not be difficult to defeat him, but it won't be easy to kill him. I thought that even if you did not heavily injure Sikong Chen, you would still leave that girl alive. Lan Lu shrugged. Lin Qiao looked at him and said, although that girl is only level 7, she is not simple. Can't you see that she is a double elemental? And one of them is very special. As she spoke, she slightly frowned and pondered. You said she is a double elemental. Lan Lu revealed a slightly surprised expression. He really did not see that the girl had a double elemental ability. Wasn't she only a metal elemental? Lin Qiao dug out the internal organs of the giant bear and began to dismember it. What's with that look in your eyes? Didn't you see how fast she was moving? How do you think she is moving? Lan Lu's eyes flashed and said, it's almost at the level of teleportation. are you saying that her special ability is related to speed? Lin Chao said, no, it's related to space. Space. Lan Lu pondered for a moment and immediately understood what she meant. You mean she can move through space? Entering another space and moving to another location before coming out again, it was the best ability to escape. At this time, Xie Dong and the others returned. The first to return was Xie Dong. There was a touch of killing intent and the smell of blood. In his hand was a level 6 energy core with the aura of a human ability user. As soon as he returned, he saw his leader dismembering the giant bear. Xie Dong was already used to it. He calmly stood at the side and handed the energy core to her. Lin Chao took out a towel and wiped her hands, then hung the towel on the side of the bucket. She took Xie Dong's energy core, put it into the space, and continued to cut the meat. Oh, this is the entrance fee you were talking about. Lan Lu immediately understood that this female zombie just wanted to find a fair and just reason to kill the other subordinates. Lin Chao waved at Xie Dong, come help me, I will cut the big pieces, then you cut it into smaller pieces, then put them into the bucket. Xie Dong brought Lu Mingsong and Wan Lishong forward, took the knife that Lin Chao threw over, and started to cut. When Chang Qingqing brought her people to Lan Lu, she saw Lin Chao cutting up a mountain of meat. She asked in surprise, is this the bear? Why is she cutting up this meat? Lan Lu raised his eyebrows and said, she said it's for military rations. Chang Qingqing, humans can't eat the meat of mutant beasts, why is it for military rations? After Xie Dong, Ying, Yi Qingxian, and Old Six also came back with a level 6 energy core of a human ability user. Lan Lu waited until Lin Chao finished cutting up the giant bear, then he said to her, the matter I sent someone to tell you last time, has it been resolved? Lin Chao heard this and glanced at him unhappily, then how do you want to compensate me? Lan Lu heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he heard this. She meant that it had been resolved. Chapter 1146. What kind of compensation do you want? Lan Lu asked calmly after hearing Lin Chao's request. Since she had already solved the problem, it shouldn't be a big problem. As for compensation, it could be discussed. Lin Chao divided the bear meat and put it in the bucket to soak. Then she covered the bucket and put it into the space. She looked at him and said, I helped you knock out your leader. Also, the zombies from your base are still with us. Their faces are almost back to normal. Send them back. If you add up all the rewards and compensation, just give me a grade 8 energy core. Lan Lu immediately understood and said, oh, you want me to help you get the Black Wolf King's beast core from before, right? You're really greedy. You already have a level 8 fire attribute bear's beast core. Lin Chao shook her head and said, no, I will find the wolf myself. You can find something else. I'm talking about energy cores. Whether it's a corpse core, a beast core, a level 8 metahuman core, or even a level 8 mutant plant core, they are all fine. No matter what it was, Lan Lu wanted to get a level 8 energy core, so he had to do it himself. Or find another way to get one. Of course, if his leader could recover his strength in a short period of time after waking up, he could get one for him. But that was impossible. Not to mention Dong Xiaowei, who had been crazy for a few months, would wake up. Even if he did wake up, it would take time for his energy to recover. So Lan Lu had to go out and hunt by himself. Lin Chao put away the bear meat bucket and waved to Lan Lu, okay, your problem is solved. I won't continue with you. You should hurry up and bring the people back. After she finished speaking, she waved to her subordinates, turned around and flashed towards the direction of the Black Wolf's aura from afar. Chang Qingqing watched as Lin Chao led her men away. She couldn't help but ask Lan Lu, is she really going to chase that wolf? She has been running for so long, can she catch up? Lon Lut turned around and said, I think any prey that she has set her eyes on will not be able to escape. Because she is now the zombie emperor. After saying that, he leaped up and disappeared with his leader. Chong Qingqing glanced in the direction that Lin Qiao and his men had left, then disappeared as well. Just as they were about to split up and leave, the entire forest suddenly trembled. A gray gas began to rise from the ground, and the mutated insects in the forest began to clamor as they climbed up the trees. Not long after Lin Qiao left, he suddenly stopped on a tree and raised his hand to stop the zombies. She looked down at the ground and squinted her eyes for a few seconds. Then, he raised his head and looked at the sky. Xie Dong and the others stopped on the other trees behind her. Everyone looked at Lin Qiao silently and didn't say anything to disturb her. Lin Qiao silently watched for a while before lowering his head to look at the dense forest in front of him. A trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes as he said, I have a bad feeling. Xie Dong and the others looked at each other. He didn't quite understand the meaning behind Lin Qiao's words, but he knew that she must have her reasons. Moreover, Lin Qiao's tone was unusually cautious, which made them have no choice but to be cautious. In addition to Lin Qiao, Mo Yen, who was killing a level 5 lightning-type mutant fox, also suddenly stopped. He looked up at the sky, and a faint purple light flashed in his eyes. Mo Yen suddenly stopped attacking, and the lightning-type mutant fox immediately seized the opportunity to escape. But before it could even run for 2 meters, it was pounced on by a white figure. Then, before it could finish screaming, a claw penetrated its head and took out the amethyst beast core. The female zombie in the white dress walked to Mo Yen and handed the beast core to him. Mo Yen lowered his head, looked at her, and raised his hand to take it. Then, he found a clean place to sit down and began to absorb the energy of the beast core. The female zombie was standing next to him. She stood on a rock and raised her hand to stroke her soft long hair while paying attention to the surrounding movements. She didn't want to miss a trace of abnormality. Mo Yen finished absorbing the level 5 beast core in less than half an hour. He patted the powder in his hand and took the female zombie to the highest mountain nearby. Then he brought the female zombie to the highest peak nearby and quickly reached the peak. Standing on the top of the mountain, Mo Yen squinted his eyes and looked around at the forest in the distance. Actually, he wasn't far from Lin Qiao. Although Lin Qiao let him go and hunt for the beast core to increase his strength, Mo Yen was following her from afar. After staring for a while, Mo Yen began to feel that there was an unusual aura coming from several directions. It carried an ominous sense of danger and mystery that was quickly spreading. Something strange had appeared. Mo Yen felt that if this aura could make him, a level 8 zombie emperor, feel threatened, it was definitely not something simple. He looked at Lin Qiao's direction, and felt that Lin Qiao should be able to feel this unusual aura just like him. And in the direction that Mo Yen and Lin Qiao were looking at, there was a valley about 100 kilometers away. The originally dry river had many cracks, and there was a strange aura coming out from the cracks. This river had been dry for a long time, and the surface of the river was cracked. The widest part of the crack was 4 to 5 meters wide, and the narrowest part was 2 to 3 meters wide. Puff dash, a strange claw came out from the crack and fiercely dug into the ground. Galoo dash, a strange head slowly rose up, and its mouth made a strange gurgling sound. Then the other claw pounced on him, and the round-headed thing slowly climbed up. This thing's head was round, and it was as big as a washbasin. However, its head was densely packed with eyes, and many of them were blinking. The body that climbed out was very slender, and there were no legs at the back. A round head, 2 front claws, and a body that was as thick as a bucket. It was as flat as a leech, and its body was about 3 to 4 meters long. After this multi-eyed beast climbed up, it looked around with its eyes, and then opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. It used its 2 front claws that were as thick as an adult's thighs to run to the left, and after a while, it ran back to the right, and after a while, it ran back. Then this time, it suddenly crawled to the edge of the crack, and poked its head down. Then countless gurgling sounds came from the depths of the crack. Not long after, countless round-headed, multi-eyed, and big-mouthed monsters climbed up. The surrounding area was also filled with the gurgling sound. As more and more monsters climbed out, the sound became louder and louder, and it began to spread in all directions. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.